be like a nature video. So it's going to be, well, I'm going to put this in front of my car. So it's going to be about of just the mountains here. The sun's going to go down in about 2 hours. And this is an idea that Charles had, which is upload a multi-hour video, and that will help bring up my hours so I can make some money. So this is what it's going to be for. I'm going to try this for 2 hours and then see how bad the wind noise is. There's a road, so you'll see some cars go by, and I'm actually going to go get some wood right now for cooking dinner. Like, this is where that's my little fireplace, and that's some wood. So there's a bunch of old bushes out here. I come out here with sometimes a rake and a tote, and I get wood for my fireplace. So that's it for now. I'll be back in 2 hours to shut this down. My back is really hurting today. Here's the rake. So, and I got a wheelbarrow, so I just rake some sticks and throw it in here, and it's enough for a few days of wood. that didn't take too long. I'm going to show you how much wood I got. That's how much wood I got. Let me just show you how dry this is. They break super easy. So, oh, and I found a piece of trash that blew away. So I picked it up. I keep my place clean. So now I'm going to build a fire and cook some steaks. So that's what we're going to video. I know this is probably super boring. The purpose of this is to have many hours, a very multi-hour thing that my friends can just turn on when they go to bed, and it will run for like 3 or 4 hours and boost my hours at YouTube so I can start making money. So I need 3,000 hours and I have 1,500 hours now. So maybe if we work together, we can boost my hours and get me in a way to earn money from YouTube. Also, oh, thank you, Best Buy. Okay, the other thing that's going on is, oh, by the way, my back is killing me right now. I just sent my friend Chick a business proposal. Oh, I gotta stand up. So I told Chick that I'm willing to go to Ohio and remodel his rental unit so he can start renting it or sell it, because it's not in a... Some vagrants got in there and he got the people evicted and he's got it all boarded up and it's not pulling in rental and he can't. So I'll trade my labor and help him get the house into sellable condition. And I think his intent is to sell it. So he sells it, keeps all the profit. I don't charge him for my labor. And when he gets the money from that property and I'm done with it, that he, well, up front, he's got to buy me a building permit for my property. So let's say I go to Ohio next month or next week. Before I go to Ohio, we figure out the drama here at my house, which is a building permit. So pull a building permit, and that calls off the dogs here at my home. Then I temporarily move to Ohio, and like maybe he buys a $2,000 pickup truck, and so I can go there with my tools and I start doing remodel on the property. And then I remodel his thing. That probably will take me, who knows, depends on how bad it is, let's say 3 months, 4 months, and then I'm finished with it, and then I come back to my home. And my home is okay because we got the building permit. So I put money in his pocket by donating my labor. And then at my home, what we do is, believe it or not, people give away manufactured homes like double wide and single wide. What happens is a lot of grandparents live in trailer parks, and they live in manufactured homes in trailer parks, and they pay like $400 a month rent. So with their Social Security, half goes to rent and then the other half goes to food and stuff. That's how a lot of old people retire in poverty. And so when grandma or grandpa dies, the kids don't want the trailer and they have to get rid of it because of the rental fee. So they'll say, free trailer, come get the piece of shit. So I could get a single wide or a double wide and have it moved to my property here, and we get a building permit for a manufactured home, and we invest in a water well, and we have the electricity hooked up, and then we the manufactured home is going to be ugly, right, because it's grandma's. So we jazz it up. We make it look like IKEA did a renovation, and maybe we even have a design contest. And I put up a computer model of it on the computer, and then people can download it and then say, put the couch here, paint this wall pink, put a big lightning bolt on this wall. And I would like to design it with IKEA products because they're pretty affordable and they're high design. And well, thanks for the compliment, Adam. Flattery will get you everywhere with me, except gay sex, of course. But yeah. So after Chick is done, after I fix Chick's property in Ohio, then we find the trailer. We got to put up some money to have a foundation for the trailer, and then $60,000 for a water well. And we probably can find a Jewish guy who does water wells and give us a discount. And so building this property, then selling it. We're going to sell my home for profit, and Chick and I will split the money. And with because a house, a home with a septic and a well and maybe a swimming pool, that should sell for $200,000. And yeah, and also the whole neighborhood's getting cleaned up because of these the people from the county, and so it's going to be beautiful out here. And that view over here will never change. So I probably could get $200,000 for this property. Nice 70. You know who I'm going to probably shave these off next week. I'm just copying the guy from Venezuela. No, he just got elected to Argentina, their new president. So I'm copying. These are pork chops. I think they call them pork chops because they look like a pork chop. Yeah, so that's the plan. When I get back from Ohio, if Chick accepts me, he might tell me, "Oh, go fuck yourself, Wayne. We've tried to do business together, and you're just a fuck up." And he loves yelling at me. And but I think that's, he'll be like, "Oh, free work out of Wayne," and he'll bite on that like a fish on a worm. And so then he'll love the idea that we're going to sell. He calls my home Heat Stroke Ranch, which is pretty funny. Heat Stroke Ranch. I wouldn't mind selling it because it probably, the well's $60,000. Call it $70,000, $200,000. So that's $130,000. That would be $65,000 each. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start cooking my dinner, and I'm going to light the fire first. Probably not much talking. You'll obviously know what's going on. Where's my... Yeah, it's over here. I'll try and give you more bird's eye view. All right. So these here are tea bags, and I just throw them on the ground, and the reason is so they can dry out, and I use them as kindling. And I don't always use this here, and I won't be using it tonight. So, and normally I put out my fire with a shovel full of dirt, but I was making tea, so that's why we have ash. So I'm just going to build this on top of the ash pile. And I just throw that in the corner. And here's the sticks. Like, they're so fragile. Sometimes when I want to break the stick, I go like this. And I just break it on the brick. That's good for two reasons. One, I'm not using my muscle, and then it shatters and makes more kindling. And I think a lot of people who make fires have the pride of one match. So here we go. So that's going to be a raging fire here in a few minutes. I'm going to go get the steak. what I'm eating tonight. These were like $10. And so this is 1.5 pounds of, I don't recall, but look at that. That's a nice looking steak, right? It looks like the one match didn't happen. Let's get some more little kindling here. Yeah, the caveman aspect of this is pretty enjoyable. Uh-oh. Ooh, I'm so fat. I'm opening a hole in the back so wind can go, more air can go through here. That would be a funny movie, a comedy called The Arsonist, but he has trouble lighting fire. Like it'd be like the Pink Panther. Lots of failure, but he's got some plan to burn down something and he can't light a fire. That'd be hilarious. All right, I gotta get some like more kindling. I'm gonna have to rebuild this. I need some dry grass over here. Ow! All right. This is gonna do it. This grass will. I think we're doing good now. Yeah. I thought I was going to be all cool and light the fire real quick and impress you guys, and here I'm not doing it. It's just smoldering. Pretty funny. You know, there's so much enjoyment in failure. It's like literally, failure is more fun than success. I'm gonna have to get some like newspaper. Be right back. Alright, this is going to be it. Some Department of Motor Vehicles. This was the guide to get your driver's license for the truck driving. I'm actually just going to put more sticks on it. Boy, if this doesn't do it, I'm totally in fire-making loser camp. All right, we got fire. So I'm gonna go prepare my steaks. Just salt, pepper, and butter. Oh, and rosemary. So here's what the steaks look like. Salt and pepper and rosemary on the bottom. And I never really clean these pans, so lots of seasoning. Let me go get the lid. Oh, here's the lid. So we're gonna do about 5 minutes. So at 29 minutes, I'll come back. So I usually go inside and just do something. I'll be back. Here come. I'm also going to cook some beans, and this was mashed potatoes. I'm not even going to clean this. I'm going to throw in the beans and a tomato on top. And I'll show you that in a minute. Anytime you pick something off the ground, you got to make sure there isn't a snake having a nap. No matter what. You just never know. Sometimes with big wood like this here, I just shove, I'm not going to do it today, but I just shove in this piece and I just keep shoving it in until it's all gone. Oh, also my bricks are not aligned, so that's more level. We can take a look. Yeah, they're doing good. Like the butter, we're gonna spin this around. The butter needs to get hot. Next time that handle's gonna be way too hot to do it barehanded, so. I'm doing 1 can of baked beans and 1 can of kidney beans. Okay, my timer's going off. Wow. Those look good. I'm actually going to pull this off the heat, because there's enough heat in this pan to keep them cooking. So I'm just going to leave them here for probably an hour. Let me go get the other thing I'm going to cook. And we're going to need this. I'm going to throw this salsa and about that much of that on top of the beans. Here's what it looks like before I stir it. There's baked beans on the bottom, kidney beans, a tomato just cut in half once, and the salsa. In the salsa container, I want to get all the juices, so I put some water in here, give it a shake, and I'll pour that in. That's the final. I'm actually not stirring it. So I'm going to put some more wood on here, and then about an hour from now I'll come and look at it. It'll be done. This stuff would have burned out. This tree was probably dead 100 years ago. This here's how I wash my hands. I get water from the swimming pool, do my wash, and then I pour this into another container to recapture the water for like doing dirty dishes, to knock off that first layer of crud. There's not a lot of sunlight right now, and there are clouds, so I need the most sunlight. So I'm gonna just show you how I flip over my solar panels. In the winter, I've been leaving these here, right there, in the morning position. But since it's cloudy, I'm gonna flip them just to get some extra juice, and you'll see how I flip them. notice this came up with it, and it's self-organizing. That's how I do it. And that's just a cable running. You know, it's sagging a little bit, but that's all right. It gets the job done mostly. And then in about an hour, we're gonna eat dinner together, okay? Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, they're just gonna be perfect. Here I come. I realize this might be boring, so I'm going to give you a view of the food and the background. So I'm going to put this on the ground almost. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's kind of cozy. Yeah, all right. I'll be back in about a half hour or so. Here I come. Hello, friends. Okay, we're going for my walk. Oh, my back. God, it just hurts. Not sure why it's like this. Could be because I'm fat. Yeah. So this is my driveway. Trespassing sign. Here's my sheriff parking only. I think my sheriff loves me. Wayne, are you cooking anything in that fire pit? Yeah, I just cooked 3 steaks. 3 boneless ribeye steaks. Delicious. So here's my neighbor's house, the Balls. I met her about 5 months ago. She came by and some asshole dumped some trash out here. It's like an old pickup truck camper shell. You know when they used to make them out of they call it aluminum and wood before fiberglass ones were popular. Here comes a car. This is coming from the mine. At 5 or 6 o'clock, a lot of people leave. Okay, I want to show you my, see those little paw prints? Those are like maybe fox paws or rabbits. Yeah, and today I'm always on the hunt for snakes. We're looking for snake trails. Yeah, and all these shoe prints are from the sheriff department. Yeah. We're just walking to the end of my driveway. Oh my God. My back must be hurting because of my belly. That's all I can imagine. It's because I'm overweight. Look how beautiful it is, friends. That's a tire, and that's a tire. And over there is about 500 tires. Ooh, here's a paw print. Those are about, yeah. So, oops. So about 3 inches. Could be a bobcat. Yeah, that looks like a cat. Those look like cat paws. I've never seen a bobcat, but sheriff is trying to get rid of you because he can't do his job. Yep, you know, it's like can't make a donkey a racehorse. Sheriff, if you're listening, I didn't call you a donkey. I meant the other guys. Here's some other tires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tires. Just cruising out there. I like these bushes. It's like when I first moved here, I thought, oh, there's no life here. I'm surrounded by life. It's so amazing. Oh, more big paw prints. Look at these paws. Look at the stride. Yeah, that looks like a cat paw. Oh, you know, there's coyotes. There's coyotes out here. That's what it is. I haven't seen a snake track in quite a while. What was that comment? All messages are visible. Yeah. You might even be able to work alone if you're right. You might even be able to work alone if you work the night shift in a suburban area. That's a big animal. Either a large cat or a big dog. Yeah, thank you, Drift Speed. I can imagine people posting on 4chan. Wayne's streaming, what's he doing? We have no fucking clue. It's just a picture of his fireplace in a hot on it. They'll be like, you guys are crazy. I'm going to take you off. We're going off-roading now. We're going in this direction. Over there is a big rock pile. I'm going to take you to this big rock pile. And I think the rock pile is from when they made the road. It makes no sense, but because it's out here all by itself. Of course, I'm off-roading here. I'm totally keeping my eye for snakers. Well, there's some nice firewood right there. There's some nice firewood. Oh, this is like the old road here. But people, it's super sandy. If anybody went on this right now, they'd get stuck. Oh, and that line, there was a guy bicycling through here recently. That's an old bottle. Oh, I dig a big hole here, trying to discourage somebody from driving. I'll show you the hole I dug. Oh, it's not so deep anymore. But that was the hole. It kind of filled in with the rain. Hurricane Hillary. Okay, so here's the rock pile. And these rocks are just really interesting. I'm assuming that this rock pile was put here on purpose. It was for like the gravel for the road. They're kind of all the same size. But like there's green. This is like, this is quartz that's been reformed, like squash quartz. And like here's some green stuff. Like that could be radioactive. You don't know. I don't know. Maybe you know. But there was a pond right here, and we can stand on this. What else is over here? There's a weather. I'll take you over to the weather station. Thanks for joining me today. This was impromptu. Well, first of all, we're doing a lot of things at the same time. We're filming, I'm getting exercise, and I'm showing you my home. Because like I might not be here for much longer. I mean, we hope it works out. My plan is to raise $6,500 to get a building permit and stay here. Maybe my ex-girlfriend Natalie will loan me the money. She just inherited a small 7-figure number. She bought a home, so she might say, oh, I'm poor now. She probably put it all in the stock market. Look at that. Corrugated steel just out here. Here's another tire collection. Here comes a car. You can hear a car for like miles away. See it? It looks like a silver truck. That's a white truck. I can only imagine what's going through his mind. What kind of idiot would be walking out here? He's like, poor meth head, wandering in the desert. Okay, we're going to the weather station. So I also live on an alluvial fan, and all these mountains here, that there is called Eagle Mountain, where Kaiser Steel got all the iron ore in 1947. I think that's the first year of operation. They started the business in 41, December 6th, but it wasn't operational right away. I'll try to show you interesting rocks. This one I thought was interesting. It's not. But you know, rocks basically tell a story. So there's 200 gold mines on these mountains here, and so the gold that used to be up there is now down here. And gold rides an iron horse. So look at that. This is like quartz, and those black streaks could be silver actually. So there's micro gold all around here. Oh, maybe a little black. There's a hint of black sand here. This is black sand. Here goes one more car. There's another car. I've thought of putting up a sign like, I need a gallon of milk, and put a jar out there with like $6 or $7 and just beep, honk the horn 5 times when you get it, and I'll run out and grab it. I wonder if people would bring me food. Here's another tire collection. Wouldn't it be funny someday, like the end of the world, and for some reason tires are valuable? They're like, dude, you know where any tires are at? No, we're all out. Well, here's an old beer can of sorts. Let's see. Whoa, well, that's a pop top. Oh, and it's so sun bleached. It's a pull tab. Yeah. I just crushed somebody's burrow. Like I fell into a burrow under the soil. Well, here's a pull tab. Now, before I grab this, I make sure there's no snake. There isn't. That is a pull tab. Oh, it's Coca-Cola. You can see there. Coca-Cola. Let's see if that had... Can I read the ingredients? No. Ingredients: caffeine, caramel, carbonated water, color, acid, flavoring, caffeine, natural. Oh, I think I do see the word sugar. Like, this is kind of like those shows where they go into old buildings. So this is some kind of state-of-the-art weather system. It must be by the NOAA, National Oceanic Administration. Hey, look at that river. Some water came over here and came down, and this is like a big floodplain here. And it recently had water. Little debris here. Here's the weather station. Here's some more tires. Like the center of that tire is full of sand, so that means water was going. The water was great enough to flood over here. It also brought this lumber. So the thing spinning is for the wind, and then the other one is wind direction, and that cylinder there is a water measuring device for rain. Oh, a vine. Trip out. A desert vine. That's beautiful. The gate with it says number 175, and there's the solar panels. How the fuck did that tire get in there? They must have put the gate up after the tires got dispersed. And then there's... Okay, so this antenna here, so that antenna is called a Yagi. And it's called a Yagi antenna right there. That's a directional antenna. And there was a Japanese guy named Yagi who invented it, as far as I know. That box over there, I don't know what that one is. The square on that big pole at the bottom, I don't know what that does. Oh, and there's a dome. It looks like a UFO, and it's got a clear dome. That might be for hours of sunlight. And the Yagi, it's pointing in the direction of the receiver, which is basically the mountain range over there. That mountain range is called Chuckawilla Mountain Range. It's the same name as the racetrack. These are an interesting bush. You can see there's some green on the inside. Yeah. We'll walk up the backside of my property because there's a couple interesting like prehistoric plants that have motherfucking needles like you wouldn't believe. This is a really cool mountain range, but the rocks, like if you fell on the rock, they're all sharp. They're sharp, kind of like, oh, let's go to Home Depot to get some plumbing. No need. Free, what do they call that? I forget what they're called. But if I ever need one, I know where to find one. It's called a trap something. Look at this. Bright green, bright tan. Looking for a Mormon tea plant. Like this plant is so, it looks like Snow White. Oh, and it's got thorns. Like you can see the whiteness of it. Oh, and they're thorny. Almost every tip is a thorn. You'd be like, oh, firewood. Ouch. All right, and that's where we're going. You can't see it because we're filming into the sun. Well, here's an old chair. There's a chair. Another tire. I should call it like tire art. Whoa, look at this red plant. You know, some stoner would be like, let's smoke it. let's see if anything happens. Here's a pipe. And oh, look at this. Look at that one. See the beauty and the contrast? There's so much magic out here. Oh, that's a big ass tire. That's like a tire from a semi truck. The neighbor had a tow truck service for all the breakdowns, so that's why there's all these tires. They used to do tire replacement. Actually, I hurt my arm loading tires. One day, me and this other guy loaded like 300 tires onto a semi truck, and I hurt my elbow. They call it like tennis elbow or something, but that actually still is. So I did work at Bohemian Grove, and because I was working at a temp agency, and I worked at Bohemian Grove for winterization for like 3 weeks. Then I hurt my back. The next job I did was loading the tires only one day, and I blew out my arm, and I'm fucking crippled. Like today, my back was like so close to being immobile, and my arm is hurting right now from loading the tires. And that was 8 years ago. Yeah, 8 years ago. All right, so this is an interesting piece of quartz. See how it looks like crushed quartz and then frozen together? So there's a high probability that this stuff can contain gold, because the earth that it was in was solid, and then earthquake, it shifted and it ground it, and then it more liquid hot stuff went in there later on, so it could have been repopulated with more minerals. There's also volcanic rock, pumice. What is another name for it? Lava rock? What's it called? Oh, basalt. I wanted to be when I was younger, I thought about being a geologist. Then I gave up and I wanted to be an architect. Ooh, like here's a nice piece of quartz. Huh. That's green. That's like dark emerald green. Like, look at this. That black stuff could be silver. Like, the geology here is super believable. Looks like Mormon tea plant out there. Could be. We gotta find a basalt for you. Like every once in a while, I'll come across a huge basalt. So, my property's over here. You see the American flag barely. In the summer, it's so fucking hot out here. But right now, it's like 75 degrees. I'm in shorts. Oh, here's some nice river erosion over here. Like, look at that plant. It's got 4 feet of earth, so the earth got eaten away by 1 foot of earth got eaten away. Look at this big ridge line here. That's a really weird looking rock. It's kind of blackish green. This is that's about 1.5 feet of ridge. And so in this area, you're looking for black sand. And just never bend down without thinking a snake could be wherever you're going to put your hand. Like, this hole is interesting here. That could be like a scorpion hole. Scorpions like to dig, especially where the ground is soft. Oh, there's that weird bush. See how tall it is? Like, this is what I wanted to show you. Oh, can you see the S mark? That's a lizard's tail. This is like a nature show right now. Yeah, so we're going over to this tall, lanky bush. This is some prehistoric shit. Ooh, there's a yeah, that's some basalt. Look at that basalt right there. Trip out, huh? Wow. Boy, that's about 2 foot up right there. This is quite a ravine here. Wait till you see how treacherous this thing is. Look at those spikes. And there's some flower, like leaves on it right now. Green and kind of like mauve colored leaves. Let me take you over there. Like, literally, that's so beautiful, right? Okay. Now we're going back to my house. Oh, it looks like one of those bushes we just looked at is tipped over and deceased. Yeah, that looks like it. It got uprooted by the floods. Oh, that's a bitch. Oh, that thing has been dead a very long time. It'd make a good weapon, right? All those thorns. Like, here's a sandbank. So that sandbank could be a gold deposit because it's a low speed. It was the rushing water wasn't so fast, so the gold could sink quicker. So I would test that sand for gold. Filming and looking for snakes. Sometimes I carry a rock in my hand just in case a snake was nearby and it caught me off guard. I could at least throw a rock at it. here comes a school bus. There's a school at the mine. Yeah, there's a high school at the mine. There's like 12 students. And I think the school bus driver parks the school bus at the school, then drives there in the morning to get the school bus and goes and picks up the kids. So that's the end of that person's day. All right, well, here's a free trash can. And there's some more tires. I'm going to show you a huge cluster of tires, probably like 200 tires. That's actually some good firewood right there. And if you were in a pinch, that lumber could be used for something. I mean, it would hold some weight. Oh, this is my coffee can. So, picking up my own trash. Sometimes the wind blows something away. Oh, look at that white jug. Looks like a maple syrup jug. I haven't bought anything like that. So this is a massive tires all here. And look at all this free wood. So this is wood for the future. Yeah. And this is the back of my property here. This here is a throw-out bearing, a pilot bearing. This is what pushes on the clutch. If you were to do some iron working, like you had a furnace, that would be good steel because it had bearings, and that would be a high quality steel. Here's an old light bulb. It's like one of those lamps. An off-roading lamp. This here's a little sketchy. We got some tin. Got an old wooden fence. Oh, what the fuck? Somebody came up to my... What is this? An off-roader. I did hear an off-roader the other day. It looks like they came over here and just one of those SUV, those I don't know, like Razor something. Interesting. I should have gone outside, but maybe it's better I didn't. All right. This is where I used to feed the chipmunks, and now it's the fly trap. So I put water in there maybe once a week. I dumped out, the half-gallon one had 5 inches of dead flies. What a horrible way to die. Yeah. Well, here's my solar panels. I'm embarrassed my place isn't more clean and stuff. Here's my shed. If people are wondering, why is your shed so weird looking? I wanted it to look like camouflage, so it didn't stick out like a sore thumb, so somebody doesn't go, hey, let's go investigate that building, thinking it's abandoned. Yeah, we're by Palm Springs. Not we're. I am by Palm Springs. I really hope this. I mean, I would like to continue living here. Yeah, let me get my step ladder. I'll show you the stakes. Oh, those look good. I'm one of these people that doesn't have to eat their food warm. Yeah. We'll just sit on the couch and talk for a while. Here's another cast iron. You can see how dirty. I haven't used that in ages. I would just maybe give it a scour, maybe throw some oil in there and fry up some potatoes. Give the potatoes to the chipmunk or something. This is the new bed that I got. $21. It's got a built-in pump. Down here, I keep this so no snakes come from underneath. And, you know, like a snake coming in from behind and freak me out. These pork chops, they look super ridiculous. You know, in life, you got to do ridiculous things sometime. Like, literally, like, it's good for photos. They'll be like if you ever have children, they'll be like, Mom, show me the pictures of Dad when he had pork chops. What kind of drugs were you doing then, Dad? Kids might be like, what did you do that for? It was the fashion. Well, where it looks like okay, very cool. I respect how you love very minimalistic. I'm not sure how minimalistic I am. Let me show you some. I can show you my solar panel. You guys, for those who haven't seen, give you a little tour real quick. All right, I'm gonna move it, and so that's about 800 pounds. Just one hand. I'm super proud of that. That's version 3 of my engineering. Yeah, I shared all the versions on Do It Yourself. People laugh at me. You know, I did some trolling on Do It Yourself a couple of years ago. I thought, I want them to think I'm super retarded. And, well, it's not too hard, Wayne. So I said, I need to build a table, like a workbench, out of a pallet. And I said, I'm going to make the most fucked up legs you've ever seen, where every leg was different. And so I did build a sturdy table, but it was ugly. And the goal was to make it ugly, but not to, when I presented the finished product, I acted like I was a proud father. And they're like, oh, this poor Wayne guy, he's got mental illness, he's broken. People, oh man, the ridicule in that thread was so great. It was absolutely, like, I'm trolling them, but they don't realize I'm trolling them. I'm, feigning weakness. Yeah. The other part, I'm going to reverse the camera. So that here is a big door that swings open, and it's supposed to, in the future, open like a slide out on a motorhome. So you can't only have a 10 by 12 structure without a permit. So I was going to build uh, a pop-out room on wheels, and that when I would shut it, this is what that door it would look like. But there would be inner walls, so it was kind of like an accordion. And I've never seen anything like this. And I actually coined a term, transformer shed. I bought transformershed.com, and I thought about building modular sheds that I could deliver and just bolt, like all the walls were no drywall, but I would arrive with the 4 foot by 8 foot framed, and then stand them next to each other, then bolt them together, and then bolt on the roof, and then it would have it comes out like this, so it doubles in size, and they call them man caves or she sheds, or if you just need a shed, like, so most sheds sometimes they get so much crap that when you open the door, things are piled on top of on top of other stuff, right? Like literally people's sheds become locked with debris. So with the shed that shuts, the walls go like this inside. So you could cram it full of shit, slide it open, and then have a 10 by 12 area to work on, like grab your mower out or something like that. And then when you're done with all your crap, then you pile it all in there and just shut it all, and it's a container of all your crap. It would be a good like yoga room. You could turn it into a reading room. You could put a couch and a coffee table in there, and it could just be a nice place to go out in your backyard and get away from the family, do yoga, do exercise, grow marijuana. So the transformer shed idea, I mean, do it in your neighborhood. Like literally, if I had some money, I would, if I could run a business, I had a table saw and stuff, I could build some. Well, the OSBX board is a little heavy. I would like to make them out of lighter material, but it's, like framed with 2x4s on it. It's a little heavy for one person. If there was a way for me to make it lighter, it would be a pretty easy thing for one person to assemble. You just bring them over on the truck. I can make like a little dolly to wheel them out to the backyard, and either you put it on the dirt, either there's a concrete pad for it, or I have a flooring kit, and then the flooring kit is just 2x4s and plywood, and then you level it, and then you just bolt the walls to it. It could bolt it all together. One really cool thing about this structure is I used only screws, so if I am forced to deconstruct it, I could take it apart and safely, probably in 3 days, because it's really a 6-hour job or 8-hour job to disassemble it, but I can only work 2 hours a day before my back is hurting. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't planning on being out here right now anyways. I mean, when I got evicted from Phil's house and COVID, and I was planning on living in Fullerton, but Tom Gilmartin lost his mind and wanted me out. So here I am. I'm just rolling with life. Like the Tao Te Ching says, men are born soft and supple, dead they are hard and brittle. If you are soft and supple, if you are flexible like a blade of grass, you won't break. If you're rigid like a dry branch, you'll break. So if I just go with the flow and try not to change the world, if I just accept the world for the way it is, life is easier for me, believe it or not. Like I would love that I didn't get that notice, right? But all my neighbors got a notice. Like 9 people are going, fuck, that's bullshit. And it is the way it is. Like, also, I have this philosophy that I really probably can't fight City Hall. So, experiences experience is learning from your own mistake, and wisdom is learning from the mistakes of others. So I'm going to take the wisdom of you can't fight City Hall and apply that to my life. I'm not going to fight City Hall. I'm going to do what they ask. If they want me off the property and I can't live here, well, I'm not going to live here. They're going to have to provide a place for me to live. I don't have any rent here. This is my fucking property. And so if, I don't know, like they're going to need to pay for an apartment for probably a year or 2 years till I can get, I don't know, like they're fucking me. So I guess the plan is if, if they do put me in an apartment, I probably would go get a job, and then I would save up the money, $6,500 for a building permit, and then come back to my property. Maybe I work a job for 1 or 2 years and get some money. I'll tell you a silly job that I want to do. I want to be a concrete truck driver. Concrete companies make a lot of money. They're usually busy because of construction. Construction is always happening. And, people have bank financing to pay for the load of concrete. A load of concrete, I think, there's 6 cubic yards in there. I think a load of concrete's $2,000 or $3,000. I can't remember right now. I checked it recently. And so you show up at the job site and you're like, they're like, put the concrete in the pumper, or you're putting it into the form. So you got that thing and you're just putting it where they tell you to put it. And then you hose out your thing. You got some water supply and you clean off your truck when you're done and you just drive back to work. And like concrete is kind of an interesting business because you have the aggregate. So like the concrete facility is usually kind of far away from everything. It's in the mountains where they found like maybe my neighborhood would be a good place for aggregate because there's all these rocks and stuff. The quarry, that's what I'm talking about. So at the rock quarry, usually is not surrounded by nice homes. The rock quarry is far away and it's ugly. And you got all those conveyor belts and shit. So at the rock quarry, they got the tractors who are, moving the rock around. Yeah. So, they're making good money and they charge good money. Concrete is Portland cement. I think Benjamin Franklin invented Portland cement. And they use like fire. They heat the cement to a certain temperature, something like that. Man, it's just so pretty right now. Like I got this box. This is a IKEA box I got for free from Craigslist. It's got a glass door on it. It's like a stereo cabinet. That going into the shed or the studio, whatever we want to call it. I'm optimistic, friends, and like maybe one of you is wealthy and you might want to help me with $6,500. I think I will try to start a GoFundMe. Tomorrow, the ladies are coming from the county who helped me. Like they said, how long I've been homeless, like for 2 years and 2 months or so. They consider this to be homeless out here, and so I might qualify for an apartment. I mean, I realize the rest of the world goes, he's fucking crazy, but like I've been calling this my Robinson Crusoe experience. Not many other people could probably live like this. I mean, have the brain power to set up the solar system, build their own shed, deal with the stress of rattlesnakes, right? I'm making it happen. Like if the end of the world happened, I got a pretty good chance at surviving, I feel. That's the other thing is like, I like this property because if the end of the world does happen, I want a place to go. It would be better to be living in a place where there was water and a climate that you could grow food in. And I think that answer is Klamath Falls, Oregon. You should see how beautiful Klamath Falls is. It's like an old logging town that doesn't do logging anymore. And they got a main street, and it's by a river, so there's water, and there's no industry there. So everybody's poor, which means property's cheap. And it snows there in the winter. Um, I just think it's a cool place. It's kind of like the next Idaho. Everybody wants to move to Idaho because it's white, including the blacks. um, Idaho is a pretty nice place. It's got good weather. They got farming up there. You got four seasons. The Pacific Northwest, I just see it as booming. Like I don't, I respect people who live on the East Coast and they like it because that's where their family's from. So, I know you're not moving because your family's been there for 300 years and things like that. However, like, come on, look at this. Like, look how beautiful those mountains. That literally is a multi-million dollar. No, nothing will be built there. Nothing. It'll look like this forever. And then there's no light pollution at night here. It's magic. Like, people are like, you should Airbnb this. I'm like, why would I want to share this with anybody? It's solitude. It's a remoteness. For me, makes it, that's part of the enjoyment that there isn't other people here. I don't know. I don't know if you were watching today. My campaign manager, Jessica, refriended me, and we talked last night. She called me this morning, and she's gonna hop back on the campaign trail and help get me going. So that's super exciting. We see eye to eye on most all of the politics. No expense, your shelter would not work over in the snow country. You would, yeah, I got to build a real solid cabin, and I'm not trying to be rude. I don't take it as rude. No, I don't take it. Yeah, it would need like 2x6 walls with like R30 insulation, a pitched roof, so the snow would fall off it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know. Um, yeah, when I lived in Washington, I lived 30 miles north of Spokane with my dad, and one of my dad's friends, Wayne, his name was Wayne also. Um, he lived by Deer Lake, 10 miles into the bush from Deer Lake, and he built a two-story home for him and his wife and his like 5 children. And like, talk about a mountain man. Uh, you got to skin the logs, you got to take the bark off, and you got to do that. What is the path? You got to do it when they're green. So that's kind of a bitch. Like, manhandling green logs is not easy because they're wet and heavy. And then if you don't skin them kind of right away, then the bark is really stuck to the wood, and you can't make a log home with stuck bark because that's where bugs will be, and they'll turn it into rot. So you got to skin the logs quickly, and they got a special blade. It's like a blade with two handles, and you go like this. But he built his own log home. Yeah, they grew weed for a living. He had 500 marijuana plants in the forest with drip irrigation in the 80s. That's what kind of genius this guy was. Like a complete guerrilla grow in the mountains. I just love that kind of spirit. I mean, that's like total entrepreneur spirit. Oh, speaking of entrepreneur spirit, this is going to be a crazy conversation. This is only okay. So we're going to talk about something that's totally illegal, and the reason this is a fictitious plot for a movie. Okay, so I don't want the FBI or the sheriff to get mad at me. So Charles Smith, I'm not sure if he's in here right now. He says, I want to start making German U-boats. I'm like, for some reason, we're talking about German U-boats. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting. This was a few months ago. And, just like sell them to nations who need some diesel powered boats with batteries, just old tech. And I told him today, I was like, dude, I have an idea. We make submarines to sell to the cocaine people because they're making their own um, submarines that are kind of covert. But how about we get the cocaine people to fund my legitimate? So we make submarine motorhomes. Instead of a submarine for warfare, it's a submarine that's a home. And we sell them to rich people and we base them off the German, like 1940 design. So it's good engineering, it's robust, it's proven, and we don't have to design anything. We just remanufacture them and we sell them to billionaires as floating motorhomes. Yeah. Now maybe this is just a crackpot idea right now, but I think if I was a billionaire, I would want to have a submarine. I could go underwater. If the waves were too rough, I could just go underwater, smooth, camp overnight. Because your ballast is going to be right, and then resurface when you want. Because underwater, a storm, you don't feel the storm underwater, to my knowledge. And it could probably be like a nice climate. Like if you, it would only be cold if you're in cold waters. You could just go to the Bahamas and have warm water if you wanted. Anyways, it's a cover story for actually building real professional submarines for the cocaine people. So that's the movie. Like the movie is two entrepreneurs are secretly want to build submarines for the cartels, but they create a real submarine company under the impression of selling luxury motorhome submarines to billionaires. And then, you have to do sea trials where every once in a while during the sea trials, oops, one sank. It didn't sink. We give it to the cartels. And then the cartels start using our submarines for cocaine transportation. We could build a compartment when they come in to drop off their shipment of cocaine. They just go to a shallow part, like they go up of a river, all underwater. We could find some rivers, and they could just drop their load submerged, and then at night the cocaine receivers would go with scuba gear and just attach some balloons and float up the cocaine. It'd make a good movie, right? And then I then the idea turned into, well, why do submarines? Why not start a cruise line with your cocaine money? So with your cocaine money, you have some new cruise ships that Columbia Cruises. And so your cruises go to Europe and America. And when they, like, how do you get past customs? Well, the cruise ship, you have like a legitimate real cruise ship with guests doing like round the world cruises. One of your stops is Colombia, pick up the drugs. It goes into a special compartment in the bottom of the ship. So when it pulls into port at the bottom, the cocaine is delivered and it sinks in the bay. And then the cocaine receivers float under the cover of darkness. When the ship leaves, it disembarks. When the ship leaves, they go pick up their cocaine. Like nobody would be the wiser, right? So I think and then the cocaine cruise ship, everybody's jacked on cocaine. It would be like a comedy. Make it a comedy of errors where like everybody's jacked on cocaine. Their eyes are really big. Everybody's got money making ideas. They're talking 1,000 miles an hour. Like all the cocaine stereotypical jokes. And maybe it's called like, they had a movie like The Cocaine Bear, right? Maybe it's called the Cocaine Cruise Line where people take this cruise because it's secretly a cocaine festival. Oh, Uh, Carlton says, I grew up outside of Spokane. Oh, I know Deer Lake. Yep. Yeah, so Deer Lake is here, Loon Lake is here, and Deer Park's here, and Spokane's down here. Well, there's a road that goes to Deer Lake and goes this way, Garden Spot Road. And I lived where the Y meet here, a little bit, about a mile, 2 miles down was where I lived, Garden Spot Road. Our neighbors were the Bakers, and the Bakers were wealthy people. Check this out. They owned 17 sections of land, and a section of land is a mile by a mile. So they were big landowners. And their dad had the coolest business. He ran, it wasn't the land, their business was train derailments. And they had a lot of trucks that could collect grain. So for some reason, there would be derailments full of wheat grains. And then anytime a train derails, whatever was on the train is now free for anybody to take because it's a crash. And like one time a train derailed with dirt bikes on it. So they had a bunch of Honda dirt bikes. One time a train derailed with a bunch of Articat snowmobiles. So they had a bunch of snowmobiles. One time a train derailed with a bunch of photocopy machines. They had a bunch of photocopy machines. Yeah, and they had a huge warehouse at their own home. Like the warehouse was 100 foot wide and 400 feet long. Huge. What is that? 4,000 square feet? It was huge. Oh. So just derail a lot of trains. Yeah, wink, wink. What are you doing this week? You never know when a train derail is going to come. When a train's going to happen. Yeah. Do you know there are 3,000 derailments per year in America? Like train derailments are, yeah, 3,000. So there's 10 fucking derailments a day. 10. When the Palestine, Ohio happened, I'm like, don't they have their shit together? Apparently not. Apparently trains are basically held together with duct tape and everything's on a budget. When these businesses say, oh, we don't make a profit, I just think they're lying. Like restaurants, oh, we don't earn any money. I'm thinking about shutting it down. Business is so bad. I think they all just lie. That's just a cover story because they're just printing money. They're laundering money. hmm Somehow it's money laundering. I don't know. Um, let me share with you the view right now. Oh, the sun is setting over here. It's already down below the hill, but you can see it's still over there. And just like every minute, all those shadows are changing, and you can see like how jagged those mountains are back there. If I didn't have you guys, I'd be the loneliest guy on earth right now. It kind of is like the Robinson Crusoe. And they want national mass transit. Check out the interstate. Well, back to the Spokane guy just to finish it up. I went to Deer Park High School, class of '86. My freshman and sophomore year, I was up there. Okay, well, if I'm president, we're going to have anti-gravity. Like literally, 10 years from now, cars might not exist. We'll just fly everywhere. And what happens if two anti-gravity cars come together and crash? They can't crash because the magnetic fields would make them bump off each other. The force fields would push you. You couldn't crash. Now, you could somehow lose power and it could fall out of the sky and yeah, you're dead. but I think there's a way to make that not so. I think there's a way that anti-gravity craft get their electricity from the sky. I know that sounds bullshit, but since the sky is never going, there's always the available electricity as long as your machine, like we might be able to make it solid state. We have something called the alien reproduction vehicle. And imagine a glass tube, like a test tube, full of mercury, then sealed like a hot dog, and a wire at both ends. And inside, like the tube is this long, then there's a wire that long. And then when it's not turned on, the mercury is at the bottom. But when it's powered up, there's a coil around the tube, and then the mercury is spinning, and it would elongate. And that spinning mercury makes electricity. And I'm saying it's over unity. So, like, if I had some money, I would try to build it. I've actually thought about writing a letter to other governments and saying, if you guys give me citizenship, I actually touched them. If you guys give me citizenship, we can do this anti-gravity thing. Bro, laugh out loud. I'm an astrophysicist. We don't get that tech anytime soon. I worked at UW, Harvard, and Umric so far, but I'm happy to listen. Colton. You're an astrophysicist. Well, do you believe in anti-gravity, Colton? Have you seen anti-gravity working, Colton? And if you haven't, you can go to my website and see anti-gravity working. I have a video, and it's not faked. So you go to lambright.com, and then you'll see the word gravity at the top. Just click on it, and you'll see anti-gravity working. So, you know, I'm glad you're an astrophysicist, and now I just taught you something. This might be the first time you've ever seen anti-gravity working. You remember I had an ingrown here. It'd be like the Wright brothers. Hey, Wright brothers, I'm an astrophysicist. I don't get that tech anytime soon. I worked at Harvard, but the Wright brothers, everybody told them they couldn't do it. Yeah, but we don't know about it much. You don't know about it. I know about it. Okay? So knowledge, they say that when you see technology for the first time, it's indistinguishable from magic. So imagine showing a flashlight to the pilgrims. The British call a flashlight a torch. So just because we don't understand something, then we call it magic. Well, I understand how gravity works. It's against the rules of current physics. However, I could be right. So, if somebody gave you $100,000, could you go make, or 10,000? If somebody gave you 10 grand, could you go make anti-gravity? I say let's have a challenge. Your company puts up $20,000. They give you a room and they give me a room, and we're both tasked with making anti-gravity. I'm 100% certain that I could build anti-gravity, and you just spoke that you're not even certain that's possible. All right, so with the right attitude, anything's possible, and with the wrong attitude, you have your job. No disrespect. So, I don't know if Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, maybe you don't know about Ben Rich. But Ben Rich, after working there 30 years, at his retirement at UCLA, said, we have the ability to travel to stars and back. Take E.T. home. We have technology that will make George Lucas jealous. He says, it's locked up in black projects, and it would take an act to God to ever get it released. These are all just personal decisions of human beings. There's a group of humans who don't want the world to have anti-gravity because it upsets the world's power structure. And so this is why I'm running for president. I'm trying to bring us into the bright future. I'm trying to change the world. It's pretty aggressive what I'm doing. I'm just saying it would cost so much money. And I respectfully disagree, okay? It's as simple as a Tesla coil, a pizza dish, and magnets. Um, you're just making assumptions on something you have no knowledge of. All right? You can't go make anti-gravity right now, and I'm saying I can. My anti-gravity device, my tester, is costing like $100. Yeah, you are debating me. I'm trying to have a science discussion. Well, it doesn't profit me to teach you. I've been teaching this to people for years, and they just ridicule me. So I'm at the point now that I'm just going to build my device. So Lockheed Martin figured this out years ago. The rumor is that they figured out anti-gravity tech in 1955. And there's a rumor that at Area 51, there's Area 52, 53, and 54. At Area 51, there's a place called S4 at Lake Pamoose, and there's a secret building in the side of the mountain. The doors look like the mountain. They're angular doors. And that's where we have 9 UFO retrievals. You're not making me mad. I'm trying to teach you. So Bob Lazar worked at S4. They have a scanner that scans your bones. It's like an identity. Like they had this in the 80s. I've seen a picture of the scanner. It's interesting tech. I don't think Bob Lazar is lying. You're fine, Colton. So, all right. So Colton, I'll tell you what gravity is. And this is a fight with Einstein, and Einstein's wrong. So there's something called electric universe theory. That's not my own theory, but I know about electric universe theory. And electric universe theory says this, that the sun is not a hydrogen furnace, okay? So the sun's not a hydrogen furnace. It's a light bulb. It's a plasma discharge. Light is electric magnetic radiation. That's what light is. Light is electric magnetic radiation. So let's just make the assumption that the sun is electricity. And so the way the sun collects electricity from the universe, because of its iron core. So now I'm going to tell you how gravity is created. This is my own theory. Did you know that molten iron is not magnetic? So when they show the Earth cut in half in a textbook for school, they say that our iron core is molten. And that can't be true because molten iron is not magnetic. So I was like, well, why would it be molten? Because you have, like, if this is the outer surface, the ocean, well, all the particles are trying to get to the middle. Something is bringing them to the middle, but we don't know what it is. And my whole life, I've been wondering, what is this? And so I made the assumption that the iron core of the Earth is solid because movement equals friction, which equals heat. But nothing's moving that fast to get to the middle. Everything's slow as a snail's pace. So it must be solid iron. So I took Michael Faraday's principle of electrical induction, which is a ferrite material in the presence of a moving magnetic field. So the sun is the magnetic field and the earth is moving. So the solid iron core in the presence of the sun induces electricity and transforms us into an electric magnet that we call gravity. And the way to prove this is you just make an electric magnet with high voltage. Well, we don't fuck around with high voltage because high voltage is dangerous, right? So that's why it's not really accidentally discovered. And so based on what I know right now, about 20,000 volts will give you anti-gravity properties. That's number one. Number two, anti-gravity was discovered by a person by the name of Thomas Townsend Brown in around the year 1906. He had a high voltage transformer for like the power poles, like this transformer here, in his laboratory. And when he unplugged it, it jumped off the ground. And that's because of something called flyback voltage. So when you unplug it, the magnetic field instantly reverses. And since it was a high voltage transformer, it was maybe like 100,000 volts, instantly the magnetic field flips from north to south, and that's why it jumped in the laboratory. Then he did some experiments, and everybody agreed he discovered anti-gravity. And then all his research went dark. He went top secret, working for the U.S. Naval Intelligence. So, do you know who the lead scientist of the Philadelphia experiment was? And do you know who number two is? Well, I'll tell you. Thomas Townsend Brown is the lead scientist of the Philadelphia experiment. And guess who number two is? Nikola Tesla. So, here's what I believe. Based on Philadelphia experiment and Art Bell, Coast to Coast AM, this guy, Madman Markham, builds a high voltage transformer like 1,000,000 volts, and he builds a Jacob's ladder like nee, psh, nee, psh, nee, psh. Well, up here he said, I noticed something shimmering. So we threw a bolt at it, and the bolt disappeared from the room. All right. So when you have 1,000,000 volts, I think when you get 1,000,000 volts, you're you're making a wormhole. Where does it go? I don't know. But Tesla had a death ray. I don't know if you've heard this, but Tesla had a death ray. And when you turned it on, it made a green beam. Well, this is interesting because the green beam is a plasma. So it's high voltage. And I think what the green beam did was tore apart space-time. Let's say it's a tank. Well, you shoot at the tank, it tears apart space-time. The tank is inside the vortex, and you close the vortex, now the tank's gone. It didn't blow up. It just got teleported to some other place. Some other place, all of a sudden, a fucking tank appears. Like the tank might have been moved into the future, like the year 2150. All right, let's go inside. I got to put on some pants. So I'll leave you out here. I'm going to change. I'll be right back. Ow! My back. Oh. The sky. Look at that. Fire's still going on my beans. So that's the sunset over here. coming out here for the... Look at these pastels. And look at that condensation trail. We'll walk down the driveway a little bit where the view is better. Also, I got to get this on power. It gave me the 15% warning. I just saw a purple flower. It's really small. All right. Well, let's get past the telephone pole just so it looks more pretty. Wow. Those colors are just so pretty. They have high temps to turn silicon. It makes everything. Heat as a byproduct. Yep, they have. They use temperatures to turn silicon ingots and grow crystals. Perhaps the core is more crystalline because of the pressure, and the crystals would have a resonance, which electric theory is about. Like everything got a wavelength, everything is an antenna. Okay, so I actually, so this is rumor. This man, a police officer, thought somebody was pulled over at the side of the road, and it turned out to be UFO. And so the aliens inside look like a human, like just one of us. And they're like, yeah, I want to come inside and see the spacecraft. And I think he just said there was like big crystals inside it were powering it. That's one story. Then there's another story of a U.S. naval intelligence guy. His job was to look at to investigate the orbs. And I used to think little orbs were bullshit, but I did see a video of the orbs and they're real. I mean, obviously if the video is real, the orbs are real. Or it could be faked, but I'm just going to say, let's assume the orbs are real. Oh. Take me a moment to get set up here, I think. It's kind of sketchy. Whoa. Hold on a sec here. Like, so that's usually how my laptop is at night. Oh, maybe I can put out my monitor. Yeah. I got one of those gooseneck things. All right. Oh, so the guy worked at U.S. Naval Intelligence. He said he saw one of the crashed UFOs had a big crystal, and he said it looked like foggy acrylic glass. And I'm like, ooh. So I'm like, does this guy not know about piezoelectricity? So piezo is the Greek word for squeeze, and then you know the barbecue lighter? Click. When you light your barbecue, well, what it's doing is it's hitting a crystal, and the crystal, when you squeeze it, it makes high voltage. So I think when you have like the crystal power supply would be in the presence of a vibration machine, wow, wow, wow. And if you keep the crystal vibrating, it's going to keep squeezing out electricity, high voltage electricity, and that's how UFO spacecraft could potentially be powered. There's the U.S. scientist guy, Salvador Paez, and he's the guy who had those U.S. Navy anti-gravity patents. And I can kind of draw one of them for you. A little explanation. Uh-oh, we got to get this thing on the electricity before I forget. Piece of paper. I'm just going to draw just a quick example of his patent. So his patent, this is a spacecraft and it flies this way. And he said that there's a chamber with a high frequency generator, like a microwave. And then the walls are lined with piezo crystal. So you can make piezoelectric crystals with tartar, gum tartar, or some kind of tartar. You can buy it for cooking. Come back. So if you take, cream of tartar. I'm surprised you haven't seen any weird shit out there. Yeah, me too. Thank God I haven't. There's no ground in space. It's all closed circuits. How do they ground electronics in space, like in the space? Well, there's polarity. So you're basically making electrons, and there's positive electrons and there's negative electrons, and like batteries work in space, right? We have batteries in space. So it's just electron flow within its own circuit. So like if this was metal, and if this was floating in outer space and this was metal, and we like had like a light bulb here, within the metal itself, the circuit would be created. The electrons are just going to flow because it's metal. So there is no ground. And planets, I think, are negative polarity, and that the universe is positive polarity. I think a black hole is an it's a concentration of some polarity, like either positive voltage or negative voltage, in such a way that it's concentrated and it makes its own like tornado, a whirlwind, and that it's an accidental stargate. A black hole is an accidental stargate. Like, you know that technique of remote viewing? I would like to remote view what's inside the Palmdale Lockheed Martin facility. Like maybe go back to 1965 and see what they're working on in the different rooms of the building. So you can go back and let me tell you how. Well, let me just draw something real quick. So this is called the right-hand rule of current. And my thumb is pointing in the direction of electron flow, and my fingers are telling you the spin. So there's a perpendicular rotating magnetic field on all wires. Like if this was a fan and the electricity went this way, there's a magnetic field spinning, invisible, and that's how radio works. Okay. So when I think to myself, hey Wayne, hold up the pencil. So we all agree, we're taught in school, and that the brain is electronic. There's axons and neurons, and that thoughts are synapses with a little bit of electricity. So I said to myself, Wayne, hold up the pencil, all right? I have those nerves just had a rotating magnetic field, a radio wave. So my brain just made that radio wave. So I'm going to call this target 23 12 4 X. This is a unique number. 2212-4X. And that is target that describes my yellow pencil. Yellow pencil. So I'm broadcasting right now. Yellow pencil, yellow pencil, yellow pencil. And if I say it's called target 2212-4X, then I could mail this to a remote viewer and he'll be like, well, I see a guy who needs a shave. There's blue on the wall and I see a yellow pencil. That's what the remote viewer might see. Like if we're trying to understand how remote viewing works, but like electrical EM waves, electromagnetic waves, travel at the speed of light. So like this whole universe is so weird. It's like there's no resistance in the air. And like they say that the Nazis at the Berlin Olympics of 1930 or 1932 was the first television broadcast. And that broadcast, we could say like how many, 70, that's almost 90 years ago. And so light travels at the speed of light. So it's 90 years away. 90, at the speed of light. Anyways, we could calculate where that signal is right now. We could say, oh, it's over by like Aquarius or something, but it's not further. Yeah. Well, I want to say something that's really freaky. Remember that rock that came and visited the Earth? It was the shape of a cigar called Umu. Like, why did they name it something so stupid? But it came in and then it accelerated as it left, like a spaceship. And they're saying that it could be coming back. It could be on a return trip back to the Earth and be here next. August 17th is the prediction. And some are trying to say that it's something from the Bible and that something coming out of the serpent's mouth. They're saying that potentially we could have in the sky 30 to 60,000 spacecraft the size of 747s. This is some great conspiracy theory shit right there. Like, how do you make up something like that? That's just crazy. So we're going to know next August we might get a visit by extraterrestrials coming to Earth. Do you think our government would tell us? Fuck no. Like, I do think that Nibiru, Wormwood, the Red Dragon, the 9th planet of our solar system, I bet you this is why the planets go around the sun in an ellipse. It's not a perfect circle. It's an ellipse, like an egg shape. And it's because of this mysterious planet tweaking the rotation of everything else. But we haven't seen it in our lifetime. And it might be every 3,000 years or something. But what happens is, like, if this is the Earth, when it comes by, the North Pole tilts to the equator. So all that ice starts melting right away. And this tilt happens within a few hours. So there's 1,000-mile-an-hour winds and waves 3 miles high, and it destroys the whole Earth. This is why we have coal deposits in one area, because there's a big tidal wave of all the debris, all the animals and the plants in this big 2-mile high wave, and it stops someplace. And then all of that carbon is deposited. in the mud. Like, so that's where coal comes from. They uh, they found a lot of the bones of dinosaurs, like in South Dakota, that are all pulverized, and they were in a big mud flow, and their bodies got the bones weren't they were all round, and they're like, why? And so apparently the oil industry, after doing all these test wells all around the world, they've noticed that there's been multiple cataclysms on a regular, it's like every so much depth, another cataclysm, another cataclysm, another cataclysm. So it's happening on like clockwork. So that's what that book, Adam and Eve, is. It's about the Earth cataclysm. And they outlawed this book that came out in like 67 or something, because I think it was going to make people crap their pants. And here's where the story gets really weird. Just before the cataclysm, UFOs come to Earth to save people. Apparently. Like, this needs to be a movie. It would make a good science fiction movie. But what a weird video this is, right? Like, it starts off as a nature. Like tonight when I go to bed, I think I'm going to turn this on at like 10 o'clock at night and have it hooked up to the electricity, and I'm going to film the sunrise. So it's going to be broadcast, like if a car drives by at night, you'll see a car drive by. And then I'll film the sunrise. And we'll hear the coyotes, whoa, making their howling noise at night. The day after drinking for me, like I got drunk Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and today I'm sober. I was a little hungover this morning. Usually that day of the hangover day, it's a little bit manic for me. And especially like the drama happening to me is added to my fear and my anxiety. I got to count my blessings. Like, I mostly have my health, and my 10 fingers and 10 toes still work, and I can't really carry heavy things, but if the county of Riverside gets me an apartment, and if I lose, like, as long as I can save my tools, and like if I get an apartment, I can move most of my valuable possessions into the apartment, and so I'm not going to take that much of a loss. And I'll get a job doing something like I kind of want a driving job. I love driving. Like, I'll seek out like concrete truck driver, and plus concrete people I think are cool, because the most likely the concrete company is owned by a man, and so he's probably a multimillionaire, and he's connected with a lot of construction. So he's getting a lot of business. He's been getting business for years, because everybody knows there's only a few places that sell concrete, right? In general. And so he's going to know all the wealthy people. So he's going to have a good business. And he'll be like, yeah, I'll teach you. You can drive truck for me, Wayne. I'll teach you how to get your air brake license. When I lived in Guerneville, a guy I had met at the bar, he was like, yeah, I'll help you get why don't you come drive truck for me? Where he worked. And he's like, I'll help you get your air brake license. So now that I know that exists, I could just go to a concrete company and they'll be like, yeah, I'll take your test, and we'll provide a truck for you to go do your licensing, and then come work for us when you get your license for air brakes. I think construction people need reliable people who are conscientious. I don't know. I still have I'm gonna frame this in a weird way. I'm cursed with being an entrepreneur. It is like being a degenerate gambler. Like, I really just love the juice of making something that doesn't exist. Like, I want to build 3D printed concrete homes. Or Maybe I make 3D printed Lego bricks that are made with hemp. So it's like aircrete. It's not as heavy. Maybe I'm making a Lego block like this, like 18 inches by 10 inches. And they look like Lego. And yeah, you would stack them just like a little bit of mortar, just like so it doesn't move. And then they're interlocking. Maybe they got a hole so you could put a rebar down it and just pour in some concrete. No, they'd be interlocking. So you just need a little mortar. That's all you'd need. Come up with a way for like a beehive roof out of concrete. So the roof itself would never rot. It's a dome, so it's not going to collapse. It's an arch, which is one of the strongest. It is the strongest structural element, I think, known to man. An arch. It would look like the Star Wars house in the 1977 Star Wars, where Luke Skywalker's uncle lives in the desert in Tantoon. Like if my building here had 2 foot, if I had 2 foot walls of adobe, I bet you that would be sweet in the summertime. Like, it would cool it off at night, and that cold adobe wall would last throughout the day. Let's see if there's comments. Yeah. Well, let's read a little politically incorrect. Crypto Wagey Extreme just said, "Hey, can I use a video of you?" Hey, Wayne, I was wondering if I could use a small video of you in my episode 28 official release December 12th. It's unlisted right now. I use the vid in a way to where I meme about you killing off little Rayto, one of my sworn enemies on Discord. Hope you don't mind. Yeah, I don't see why not. All right, so I'm pulling up politically incorrect. Ooh. Oh, he got away. Damn it. There's a Bohemian Grove thread on 4chan right now. Bohemian Grove infiltration. I haven't watched the video, but it looks like somebody broke in and filmed the place. I used to work at Bohemian Grove for 3 weeks. It's a really nice place. And, I don't think there's any child sacrifice going on. I think they do an act, it's called the cremation of care or something. And I think they have like a doll. Like the doll, it's a effigy. So they sacrifice an effigy, a fake child, to some god. Like, why is sacrificing your children to the god so exciting? Like, why is that even in the Bible? Like, maybe a goat I could understand, but why would you sacrifice your children to a god? Right? Isn't that weird? Don't you love your children? Okay, that looks nice. Really good coloring tonight. I'm just on my Macintosh laptop here. I love, this Mac Air. It's actually been a pretty awesome computer, but my keyboard is broken right now. Like only like delete doesn't work and the space bar isn't working so well. They're pretty fragile. They even have a recall on them. All right, so let's read the reply count. And I'm so sorry if this is boring for you folks, but so what I'm trying to do is make multi-hour videos. And Charles had a great idea today, which is just ask your supporters to turn on a video and leave it playing all day long, so I can crank up the hours, so I can get paid. Like, let's go find out how many hours I need. I'm going to go into my manage and click on the word earn and say, well, we're so many hours away. You know what? Cancel that. I'll let you know later. Hell yeah, I'll leave this running on a couple computers then. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that would totally make a difference for me. If you just leave so like right now we're 2 hours and 45 minutes. Like tonight, whenever I get tired, 10 or 11 probably. So let's say 11 to sunrise, that's 7 hours. So it'd just be night sky, bird noises or something. Did I ever tell you I had my friends really hated this idea. But I wanted to make a movie called Driving Across America, 73 hours long. Yeah. Like, I was going to sell you it on DVD. It would be like 30 DVDs. And it would just be, just me driving across America, just straight. Just like getting gas, taking a piss. And, like I've driven across America in a really quick fashion. And I basically slept 8 hours. And then, I braked for dinner at some point. So that's like 8, 16, about 14 hours of driving per day. And I'm not sure how many hours it takes. So whatever the time is driving, you're not going to see me eating dinner, but or maybe you would. But I just want to, if you've never driven across America, you're like, wow, look at this. It's so pretty. Look at Utah. Look at Nevada. Look at California. Look at the fields. And I got this idea. I was watching a spy drama from the 60s in black and white, and it was in Tokyo, and he's driving on the freeway for like 10 or 15 minutes, and it's all the Tokyo residents, like little homes. And I was just like, wow, like you never would see that. And so I'm like, in the car business, we had a saying, there's an ass for every seat. And so I thought, you know what? People thought it was a dumb idea. I was like, sometimes you got to do dumb things. So like I just someday as a dream, I want to sell Driving Across America, no editing, just right from my viewpoint as the driver, high definition on DVD. Like disc 13 is Texas, disc 12 is Louisiana, whatever. And maybe I go down the East Coast and I do a little meandering through the Midwest. Like instead of a 3,000 mile trip, it's a 5,000 mile trip. Hello, Pat. Welcome. Pat, I got the stove. I haven't unboxed it yet. I'll do an unboxing video. Yeah. Yeah, this video here, Pat, was meant to be just like landscape. And then I started cooking dinner. So then it turned into a cooking show. And then I went for a walk. So yeah, then it was a geology, and now, I'm just kind of doing my normal thing. I got some anxiety and depression because of what's going on in my life, so this is helping me feel happier. Pat, I sent my friend Chick today an email. He's got in Ohio. He's got a property that um, is a rental property. He bought it to fix and then sell, and then his business partner fell through and robbed him, stole $100,000 from him. And so right now, then some squatters took over Chick's property, and the city was mad at him, so they kicked out the squatters. They boarded up the windows, and the house needs some renovation before he can sell it. So I told my friend Chick, how about this? And I said, don't get mad at me for this idea. It's just an idea. You can say no. It's not a big deal. That I go to Ohio and I do the renovation for you, and you loan me $6,500 to get a building permit for my home. So when you get a building permit, then you can turn on electricity, and all that stuff they cited me for will go away. So I'll clean up the property. We're not going to have to tear down the buildings because I got a building permit. So I'm playing by the rules for the county. So then he loans me the money to get the building permit, and then we don't do any work until I go to Ohio. And he said he didn't want to do the renovation during the winter because it snows there, and that he's going to have to borrow money to hire a contractor to do all this repair. Well, I can do the repair. I know how to do contractor stuff. It might take me a little bit longer because you want to make sure I do it right, and I'll get help if I need help. You know, people love me, so somebody will be in Ohio. Hey, Wayne, I'm going to come help you. You know, somebody will come help me if I needed it, and I'll get that done. And then he can sell his house, and he can keep his money, and he can take his profits. And then my plan is we develop my property and sell it. So we'll get a manufactured home. We can get manufactured homes like double wide and single wide for free because somebody's grandparents were living in it and they died, and the kids don't want the trailer. And they want to get rid of the monthly bill of $500 and give away grandma's stuff. So they're giving away the trailer. I've seen this happen many times. Like every few months, there's a free trailer someplace on Craigslist. So just the cost of moving it, it probably costs $3,000 to move that trailer. So we move it out here, and then I get a permit and put it on a foundation, and we hook up the electricity. And then with some of Chick's money, we drill a well here. So my property's got water. That's 60 grand at max. And then we might be able to get 200 grand because it's a home. It's a permitted home with electricity and air conditioning, and I'll do some nice landscaping. And so maybe we put 70,000 into it, 60,000 for the well and 10 for the other stuff. Who knows? I could be wrong. Maybe it costs us 100 grand. But then we sell it, probably get 200 grand because it's so beautiful. And then we split the profit after expenses. He gets all his money back. And then my profits, I go buy another piece of land and build my own home. Yeah. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I move to Southern Oregon or Northern California. I think it would be wise for me to choose a home where I could, like, the weather conditions just aren't obscene. Like this summer heat, without air conditioning, it's a no-go. Like, would you rather live in an air-conditioned place or a place that needed a firewood heater for the winter? I'm going to go with firewood heater because I like snow. Like, I'm happy in the snow. Snow makes me happy. Summer heat does not make me happy. Like, you just end up hibernating indoors all day. So, how are you, Pat? Did you work on your cars this weekend? I think on Mondays and Wednesdays you go sell tools. How are things going? Hey, Juicy, you got a new logo. And hi, Dancing Dave. Thanks for being here, friends. Oh, hey, Pat, I don't know if you know this, but Jessica, my campaign manager, she's back on to helping me again. She called me last night, and we spoke this morning, and yeah, I might even be able to convince Jessica to marry me. Oh, no problem, crypto. Yeah, it's well, they're like, we're not going to make you homeless. We're going to get you a place to live, Wayne. So they had a homeless team, 4 people who work for the homeless people, and they're pretty certain they'll get me a place to live. See, it's all working out. Yeah, it is, Pat. I'm super grateful for your help, everybody. Like, you guys have been an emotional cushion for me. Without you, I might have killed myself. That's why I don't have it. I'm so glad I don't have a gun. Um, but I got you guys as emotional support, and I got Jessica. I told Jessica earlier. I was like, in case she told me she loved me, so I'm like, hey, she's into me. And women like men, and women like powerful men. So maybe like it's very sexy to be marrying a future president of the United States. So I thought she wanted to marry me. And she's like, no, I'm just getting divorced now. But maybe she does. And I told her, like, well, then you got to find me a girlfriend. Because, like, I've got credibility problems right now. Did you contact the agency I referred you to? Not yet, Pat. Today was, I'm going to probably contact them Wednesday or maybe later tomorrow. Tomorrow, the ladies from the homeless housing, uh, these people talking euphemisms. They have all these special words. Housing services. That's a euphemism. Is that like homeless shelter prison? Like, what are you really saying here? I'm like, I said, you're just going to throw some names at me and I'm never going to hear from you guys again. They're like, no, we're going to work your case and they're going to get me my birth certificate and my social security number. They might end up getting me Section 8 housing. They were trying to say, are you crazy, Wayne? Do you take any meds? Maybe, like, if you're bipolar, um, you can get SSI for being bipolar. I don't think I'm bipolar. I think I'm manic sometimes, but it's only because I've had extremely fucked up things happen to me. And when anybody who goes through emotional shit like I've been going through, you would look manic also. Like being evicted for paying your rent by a friend, that was unexpected. Phil is probably bipolar. He's got the devil in him. You should say you're trans. That's actually a pretty good idea. My trans name is Wilma. If I go trans and you're like, where's Wayne? Just Google Wilma Lambright. I wanted a name that started with a W, so it's Wilma from the Flintstones. I'll fucking have a mustache and lipstick and eyeshadow. Just be like the most manly looking trans ever. Have a beard. It would be awesome, right? A trans president? Choo choo! We're getting on the trans train with Wayne. I'll start my own moo clothing company. I'm gonna be a trans wearing moo big ass dresses. My grandma used to wear a moo. It's literally it's like the curtains from the living room with a drawstring. Hollywood they'll be supporting me. They'll do Project Runway for Wayne's moo. I'll come out with my own high heel shoe line for trans men because our feet are different. I'm just joking. I'm not going trans. So I was telling Jessica, if I had a beautiful woman on my shoulder, they'd be like, that Wayne's crazy. They'd be like, well, he can't be that crazy. Did you see his beautiful wife? They'd be like, no, you got a beautiful wife? Oh yeah, she's smoking hot. And they'd be like, oh, he's got something going on. He must be rich. No, poor as a church mouse. You must have a big dick, something like that. Like, so, I can see Jessica marrying me someday. I would marry her. She's a beauty. Hmm. She looks like Linda Carter from Wonder Woman. And she's a blue eye. She's a brown hair and a blue eye, a real blue eye. She's smart as hell. I'm going to tell her, you should at least marry me while we're campaigning. And if you don't want to be married to me after the campaign, we'll just get a divorce. But at least marry me for the campaigning so I have some more credibility. But on the flip side, if I'm a single dude running for president, they'll be like, is he gay? No. I'm not anti-gay either, but maybe I could be the first president of the United States who's single, right? Well, that would be kind of, I'm doing online dating. I'm on Bumble. If anything, this is a funny story for like a fictitious story about a man, like, just reinvent my life and turn it into like some kind of movie where this guy's running for president, he's single, lives off grid. Like, you can't make this up. It's real. It's like my real life. You have to understand how humbling it is to tell women, I'm like, and they're like, oh, you're really cute. Why are you single? Well, I'll tell you, when we talk on the phone, they're like, well, no wonder you didn't write that down. That's crazy. Like, women are like, are you crazy? And some women are like, I'm cool with that, no biggie. And then other women are like, swatted how many times? Oh, no. Whereas this is a formal notice of fee schedule. Where this is a formal notice of fee schedule and for an unlawful matter related to their office, for unlawful solicitation, unsolicited interference in my private matters and or commercial affairs. What are you talking about, Dancing Dave? Are you high? Where is this is a formal notice of fee schedule for unlawful matters related to their office. What are you talking about, Dancing Dave? Mm. Come on, Dave. Tell me what you're up to there. Doesn't make sense. Oh, I just had an idea. They have the show called The View for Women? Why don't we have a men's talk show with just Jews? And we could call it the Jewish View. And it's a daily show of Jews talking about the news. People will be like, well, I think we already got that way. And it's like every news station. Yeah, I know. But wouldn't it be funnier if it was a bunch of like Hasidic Jews with the curly hair coming down the side? And but they're not Zionist Jews. The Jewish perspective. Jews discussing the news. Maybe we have one Zionist in there, and he's like our scapegoat, and we make him look stupid every day. We interview people for like the lowest IQ Zionist Jew. Wouldn't that be hilarious? I think it would be. Oh. This is how you charge cops for your time. How was dinner, Wayne? I haven't eaten it yet, Brandon. Uh-huh. Ooh. All right, David, this is genius. Oops. I tried to do a screenshot, and I just learned if you put your fingers on Dave, you're a genius. Well, dinner, so I get this pretty often, so these are my secret dining tips or dinner tips. I like slow cooked food. So like those beans are out there on the fire now like 2 hours and I didn't stir them. So the bottom could be burnt, right? But that's more flavor. And I got some tomatoes in there, so I put a can of baked beans. I took a big tomato and cut it in half horizontally, not on the root, but anyways. Um, then I put some salsa in there and some hot sauce, and then red kidney beans, and yeah, it's just cooking. I was gonna put some sugar in with it, but I'm kind of curious how the spices. There's already sugar with the baked beans to begin with, so we'll see how that turns out. And then I know those steaks will be just scrumptious. Um, I might throw it on the propane for literally just 1 minute to get those oils all liquefied, and then I might get a piece of bread. I got some sourdough bread, and I might just soak all those juices with the bread and eat that first. Those steaks they're gorgeous. I don't want to go get them, and I could show you, but like when I grab the handle, it's kind of dirty, so then I get all black grease on me right now. You know, I want to give a shout out to Ethan Ralph. One reason I'm doing multiple hour streams now is he inspired me. Ethan Ralph, he does like 5 and 6 hours a day, and I never would have considered doing multi-hour videos. I didn't think it would be watchable for you guys, but like the train wreck called my life is somewhat entertaining for some people. So another secret, if there is any success going on here, is that I've turned my life into a soap opera. So I've overshared all these details, like just all my pain and suffering. It seems like I'm successful at failure. Go figure. So by sharing all my flaws, it's kind of funny. And I do have successful days, and you guys are a success. I mean, you're here, we're talking, we're having fun, you're giving me emotional support. So I'm making use of the tools I have. And there's something called FOMO, FOMO, fear of missing out. And this is kind of like almost hypnotic salesmanship that I think I have an audience because people just want to know what the fuck's going on in Wayne's life. So my life is a bit of a soap opera. I'm sure your life is also. And so you can be doing the same thing, oversharing your life, and you could be making YouTube money. What did I don't know what that is. Yeah, if you got a girlfriend, okay, so people like arguments, right? Um, if you, well, actually, just anybody talking, two talking heads are much better than one. So, but if you had two people agreeing or disagreeing, I think it's better to have disagreements. Like that TV show, The View, not all those women agree all the time, and that's what makes it fun, is watching all these fat grandmas complain about everything. They should have called The View Jewish Grandma. That's what The View should be called, Jewish Grandma. And actually, I just got it. I'm going to start a TV production company, and my first show is going to be called Jewish Grandma. Oh, oy vey. We'll get the most Jewish grandmas you can imagine. They'll be like showing a celebrity. Oh, he's too skinny. He needs some meat on his bones. Like Jewish grandma cooking. Jewish grandma takes their grandson shopping for clothes for school. You're not wearing that. Just have a really overbearing grandma. I think that would be a hit. I should write a letter to. Well, I'll find out who the production company of The View is, and I'll say, because they're shutting down The View, and because it turned into be fat old bitches. But if you like, even if you had a show called Fat Old Bitches, that would be funny, right? Wayne, I had Enough of siding, comma, Wayne Lambright. Have you ever thought about bring on your haters, Dancing Dave? Bring on your haters. Eh, no, I don't like. I try to avoid negativity, and ignorance is bliss, right? So my haters, they can start their own show. I'm not gonna if they're rude to me, I'm not gonna participate with that. Yeah, no. I'm all about trying to celebrate the positive, and I'm not attracted to negative energy. No. These negative energy people can go fuck themselves, and they're already fucking themselves. They're parasites. They're sponging off me, trying to get fame. You know, just show the car wreck of your life. All right, there's nothing stopping you from sharing your own car wreck of a life. They clearly don't have a life if they have to be sponging off me. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, if they're negative to me, then they're losers sponging off me. So they're actually super qualified for their own channel. Uh, the professional loser channel. Hey friends, Wayne inspired me to start my own channel because I was sponging off him. The Discord where a lot of Wayne haters and trolls group up at is called Bone Zone. It's frequently banned server due to extreme terms of service. Yeah, I think I went to the Bone Zone for like 5 minutes one time. I'm just like, whoa. Like, to me, it's the enemy territory. Why would I go to the enemy's territory? If they truly hate me, I'm not going to sabotage their party. I'm not going to get involved with that. Like, they're just basically a group of people shooting themselves in the foot. Stupid people can kill you. Like, you got to stay away from low IQ people because they're so stupid that their behavior will lead to something bad. They'll be like, I thought it was funny. No, really hanging out with low IQ people is one of the worst things you can do in your life. You don't want to hang out with low IQ. You want to be hanging out with high IQ people who are driven, who have long-term plans, who have goals. They are literal criminals. Exactly. One of the guys who swatted you a lot, was in the Bone Zone. He went on a run a few months ago on the federal. He went on the run a few months ago on federal charges. Hasn't been heard of since. Yeah, like my contact at the FBI told me they arrested the guy who shot my mirror. So the FBI is furious at these fuckers. They've made over 120 swatting calls to my sheriff department. And I want to give some credit to my Riverside Sheriff's Office. They have been business professional nearly the whole time. And I am polite and cordial to them, and they are polite and cordial to me. And we've always used positive language, and I'm grateful for their professionalism. So everybody's patience are being tested. So this is like, I think I've vocalized this, but it's getting a little cold. Let me go shut my window. I'll be right back. It's 78 in here and 65 outside. Um, okay, so running for president is crazy, right? So I think the CIA is like, well, deal under pressure. So I thought the whole thing could be a test of my mettle to see if I could handle being under pressure well and if I would crack. And would I have perseverance? So this whole 8 years might have been an 8-year job interview for president. So I care about America so much. I've been doing this for 8 years, the lazy way, and I think they're testing me. They're testing my resolve. How much do I love America? I think they've tried to honeypot me. There's definitely been Fed posting. They've been trying to get me to do illegal things very often. And so I see these as traps, obviously. And I know a lot. I only know much. I only know about the world of spies by some of these books we can read and movies and interviews but there's been enough people in the spy industry who have shared volumes of tradecraft. Like I've done a lot of. I've learned as much as a private citizen can learn of the spy craft industry, from afar, other than being in CIA. And so I know how they work. I know how they blackmail people, how they're involved in organized crime. It's mostly like organized crime is to make money, maybe, and they control people through blackmail. Yeah. So like the CIA does a lot of. The CIA and organized crime could be one and the same thing. The illegal drug trade is for them to control the market so our enemies don't control the market, and for government employees to get buku rich because their salaries are bullshit. And there's a guy, a CIA executive said, yeah, of course, we control the drug trade, cocaine, and other drugs, because if we don't, our adversaries will, and we won't have as much information. So we have to control it, and we have to manage it. And then we know we have a whole, 1,000-mile view of the terrain. You need to write the book, Wayne. Make it your autobiography and then title it The Most Swatted Man in the World. It'll turn some profits. Media will likely even pick it up. Cloud Sprout, I started a revolution in November. Okay, Cloud Sprout. Mr. Anon, sorry, just arrived. Glad to see you in high spirits, Wayne. Succumbing to fear and hate makes you worse at thinking. It's a mind killer. Oh, yeah. This adversity and diversity, it's just the fire I needed lit under my ass. Absolutely. The punishments will continue until morale improves. That's my life. So you gotta, I'm like a running back in football. I'm just spinning around and I'm just navigating. My friend Chick calls it the Vaseline dance. And the Vaseline dance is, his advice is, when you want to say no, don't ever say no. Do the Vaseline dance and find a way to say yes. Get back to them. Maybe, I think so. Anything's possible. Let me see if I can find a way. I think we can do it. And just stall. Chick gave me the advice of just stall for time. What would you say to all the people trying to hold you down? Well, I was a professional wrestler, so I can get out of those half Nelson moves. Like, look at who I am. I'm a resilient guy. I'm living in the desert. I killed 17 rattlesnakes. I built my own solar system. I work on my own car. I'm a computer programmer. I figured out, I deserve a Nobel Prize for figuring out the true nature of gravity. And then I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to build my own anti-gravity just from seeing it. Okay, so I'm literally could be one of the geniuses of the last 100 years that's going, if I'm right about anti-gravity, and if I'm right about the true nature of gravity, It is worth a Nobel Prize. Like literally, it will bring us 1,000 years into the future. But I don't think I figured it out by myself independently, but others have also. But it's top secret information because the world is controlled at the tip of a gun for oil. We don't want our enemies to have access to cheap petroleum because a gallon of gasoline is worth 30 human hours of labor. We don't want our enemies to be productive. We want to keep them hobbled like the movie Misery where she breaks the guy's leg. I read the other day about a Cali ordinance targeting at homeless people where if accommodation is available, the homeless people have to use it. So they're building more shelters to force them in. And Cloud Sprout says to Dancing Dave, the government is holding him down and fucking him. Wayne Lambright must join our revolution of good moral values. Yeah. The funnest thing about what I'm doing is just trying. Like I used to play sports and I played baseball, Little League. And on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a great baseball player, I'm a 1. Like I was always picked last when it came up batting. I was the last guy to bat because I never could hit the ball because I wore glasses and I was nearly like blind. And when it was kickball, I was always picked last because I sucked. Like I just wasn't a good athlete, but I had the heart of an Olympian. So I always tried and I love trying. You know, if you throw 1,000 darts at a bullseye, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get a bullseye. And, you can milk that bullseye for the rest of your life. They'll be like, yeah, but you missed 999 times. And I'll be like, yeah, but I got a bullseye. Where's yours? Like life isn't like literally we're all failures and we're all successes based on one thing, effort. If we put our mind to anything, we're good at it, okay? Some of us are good at being alcoholics because we invest in alcoholism. Some of us are good at masturbating because we do it every day. Like literally, if you do something every day, you're going to become great at it. If you don't do anything, well, you're great at being lazy. You have the gift of calm. You're not obsessed with doing shit in life. You're like, my goal in life is to do nothing. Like, do you know how hard it is to do nothing? Most people go stir crazy. Sounds like a strategy that Cali ordinance to get people out of their shelter that this new one detective is utilizing. Try to usher you into a shelter off the land away. But you guys will know I'm probably in a shelter, right? So how many shelters are there in the area? 2. I'm going to be talking to you. There's no guarantee. The swattings will continue. They'll keep calling in swattings to my old address. Sheriff will be like, we didn't think this through. I thought Wayne moved. Yeah, he moved, but we still got to drive out there. Fuck. Well, something new happened over just yesterday, which is Jessica, my campaign manager, is back on the scene. So she's a take charge. She's a really powerful woman. And you might not remember, or maybe you weren't there when I said it, but Jessica used to be a stripper. So you know how women who are strippers have stripper magic? Like she can put a spell on you. She knows. Men's brains are Play-Doh in a stripper's hands. So she knows some stripper magic, all right? So if I get a wife, if my campaign manager or we get married, either way I win with her. Like I said, we should get married. And she's like, well, I'm not sure, I'm getting divorced. I'm like, well, then you got to find me a girlfriend. She says, I'll work on it. She gave me a name. I called the lady and But this lady was trying to get a top secret clearance, and she thought my life was a little too crazy. Um, Nothing personal, Wayne. They do it because they can. You mean the swatters? I guess. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I do take it personal sometimes because it is my life. But I read. Well, I listened to an audiobook that's based on a real book, and it's called like. Well, some journalist does research into psychopaths, and a psychopath is born and a sociopath is made. Both of them have very often are narcissists, and they have no empathy for the pain and suffering they create. And all psychopaths are narcissists. Not all sociopaths are narcissists, but very often narcissistic behavior is a trait. Well, it is a trait of a psychopath. Where am I going with this? Oh, if they kill you, it wasn't personal. They're just killers. Like literally, they might not have hated you. They just kill people because they want to. The imperialistic USA federal government is bloated and ineffective. The FBI is walking around with their pants around their ankles. Your God to us all, Wayne. Cloud Sprout. Thank you. Alternative Tactics says yes. I'm not sure what yes to. I also heard of a company, mini land company, I saw on TikTok, couldn't find when Googling, that sells tiny plots of land in Northern California for $200 per plot. Enough for a trailer if you want to bug out option. That sounds like California Pines. And a lot of them are fans of yours, but are very mature. Yeah, I get that. Like some of them are gay. So they're gay. They're actually like straight up male homosexuality gay, and they have fantasies of that I'm their gay boyfriend. Ain't gonna happen. But as a straight man, I've had fantasies about lesbians. Maybe that's not normal. Anyways, like gay people are born that way. How do I know? Because I was born straight. I don't know why I'm straight. I'm just born straight, right? So it's logical to assume they're born gay. It's not their choice. And so I've been discriminated a tremendous amount my whole life, and I know that discrimination is painful, and I would not want to anybody else. I don't want to discriminate against other people. I believe in equality. We're all equally stupid. Like when I was on Ethan's Ralph show and he said something about racist, I said, "Well, actually, I'm a racist," and he laughed. Like we're all racist. Like let's all admit, you see somebody, you're like, like you got a thought in your head. Because it's like if I saw a lion running around, does that make me a speciesist? I'm gonna think the lion's gonna fucking kill me because he's got claws and teeth, and based on previous behavior, that lion might kill me. So even though that I have racist thoughts, I'm a compassionate. So I still love everybody. I don't hate anybody. I love you if you're brown, yellow, tan, curry, whatever your race is. I still love you. We're all suffering on this planet equally together against these evil motherfuckers, these pedophiles, these elitists who think that their shit doesn't stink, and we know it stinks to high heaven. These people who think they're above the law, and they've got so much money and so many corrupt people protecting them that for now they are untouchable, but not forever. If you remember the great dictator's speech, he says, in the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it is written that something about we're all united under God, not one man, not some men, but all. We're all equal to God. Let me pull up the great dictator speech. Maybe I'll read it. I think I should read it. I'll just find the 17th chapter of St. Luke. I found it, by the way. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it is written, "The kingdom of God is within man, not one man, nor a group of men, but in all men. In you, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this a wonderful adventure. Then, in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite." Every last police officer, every last federal agent is an evil worker of the devil. They are humans which have been possessed by a demon known as law. There's a special place that awaits you in hell. See, I don't feel that. Like, I've wanted to be a police officer, and I didn't do it because of the danger. I didn't eat my steaks yet. So, I know some cops could be corrupt. I mean, there's a mathematical probability, right? But I also believe in there's many good people. Like, the world isn't full of demons. That in the stories of UFOs, and so if you believe in aliens and UFOs, they say that there's good in the universe and that God is real and that there are good people. So we need to trust. Like, we got to believe in God. Like, I'm not God. There is a God. There is some kind of higher intelligence of the universe who thinks of us as their benevolent children who want the very best for us. So I think that, well, I used to think that maybe Satan is here to test our faith in God, and that if we can live according to God's design, then we go to heaven versus being reborn and put back on earth. Earth might be hell, and the only way to escape hell is through the higher power of the Lord and following the Lord's wisdom during this hellish life. I'm not sure if anybody has described the earth like this way, but earth might be hell. And that's why there's so much evil. It's not all evil. There's some evil. But I think, like the 10 Commandments, that's some good advice, right? Don't steal, honor your father and mother. There is only one God but me. Don't worship false idols. Don't covenant your neighbor's good. Don't fuck your neighbor's sexy wife. I forgot a few, but that's most of them. One about the Sabbath. Resting on the Sabbath is another 10 Commandment. Let me read. So in the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it's kind of like the middle. Let me read the introduction. Oh no, did I miss it? No, I'll read this another time. You can read it. Well, I'll read the first paragraph. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there is room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Man. When I used to read it, it almost made me cry. It's like, I just believe that we can choose happiness as much as we can choose misery. And I'm trying to start a positive movement of positive affirmations and the power of positive thinking, which I learned by Norman Vincent Peale. We have a choice in life. We can go negative or we can go positive. National barriers are awesome. And was Kino. Japan is very interesting. Yeah, because their architecture is so special. I think they had alien intervention. Like aliens might have given them like that whole thing of sleeping on the ground and just their whole their dress, their art, their architecture is pretty fascinating. I want to. I wish that were true, but some groups do not want others to just be happy. Yeah, drift speed. You're right. Grabblers do want to hate and despise. So I think yeah, you guys are all right. You're true. It is true. Um, so I'm going to be ridiculous and just say I'm going to love everybody. If somebody is evil or they're broken, it's because maybe they were never loved. And so I think if I can just be just a continuous fountain of love, I got a better chance at getting along with more people. I know like some people are permanently broken. I still think um, the way to heal people is love. You just have to love them unconditionally and accept them for being broken. Would you say you are a fulfilled in life? Yeah, I'm self-actualized. Maslow hierarchy of learning. Um, I love life. I do. So I might be teaching this audience here. Some people might be like, I want to be more like Wayne, or Wayne has inspired me to learn electronics or do oil painting. Like, you know, this, as silly as this sounds, this collection of paint costs $30. You can go buy it for $30. I got some brush from the Hobby Lobby. You can get some brushes, you can get some canvas, and you can make some art. Like I made this piece of art. This is 1994. These are my house keys. Like how stupid. I just painted my house keys. Like, when have you ever seen somebody's house keys painted? Never. I looked at art. I was looking at a Claude Monet. And Claude Monet is one of my favorite guys because he's not realism. And I was like, what makes him special? And I looked at him like, this dude is just painting his living room. I'm like, is it literally that simple? I'm like, it's literally this simple, Wayne. Just paint your living room. You don't like, he might have been embarrassed about his living room. There's a cat. There's a shawl over the couch. There's some flower vase. He was just painting what was in front of him. So like, just paint what's in front of you, Wayne. That's it. You're not making, you're not, that's all you're doing. Like, so that's all I want to do. So it gave me the freedom to just paint what I want. Like I might paint, well, my laptop is on bricks. I might paint my laptop, and my painting might be called Laptop on Bricks. There's no rules in art. So, like I might paint this fly swatter. I might paint me with the fly swatter. I might paint my mouse, like my favorite mouse. Mouse, Maybe I'll put the mouse in a mouse trap. And that would be funny, right? The mouse in a mouse trap. Like there's no rules to art. And yeah, I'm going to paint this remote control right here. Samsung remote control. Dirty. It's just dust. Okay, so I have a theory about art. One person one time was critical of my art, and they're like, your art's shitty. I'm like, okay, it could be shitty art, right? If it's one painting and it's shitty, it's just shitty art. But if you have like 10 or 20 paintings, what do you have? A collection. That's a collection. So even if they're all shitty, it's still a collection. It's a representation of my style. Wayne's a shitty artist, but he's got a collection. You follow me? If you can look towards evil and injustice and not feel anger, you are both evil and unjust. Well, okay, so let's talk about this real quick. Let's say the lion in the jungle is evil and unjust. The lion does what the lion does. It is an animal. God gave us teeth for a reason. And so, well, I'm not saying I want to hang out with evil people, but I can forgive them for being evil, and I can wish good behavior and a happy life for them. I just don't, there's no room in my heart for hate, okay? Like when Donald Trump, he's the largest real estate holder in America because he's getting free rent in everybody's head who hates him. All the liberals have a free room in their head for that Donald Trump lives in, right? So I'm not giving free rent to my haters. Like my haters, they don't exist to me. I know they're there, but I ignore them. So I only have so many hours in the day, and I want to focus on the positive people in my life. You guys are a positive force. If somebody gets in the chat here and starts calling me names and stuff like that, you're kicked out. This is only for people who love me. This is the Love Wayne channel. Now, those people in the bone zone, they're in there. They're criminals. They're idiots. Some of them will be going to jail. They'll be like, "What are you in for?" "Oh, you'll never believe." "Oh yeah, what is it?" "I swatted Wayne Lambright." They'll be like, "Well, who's that?" "Oh, just this loser." They'd be like, "So you swatted a loser and now you're in jail. Doesn't that make you a bigger loser?" What are you saying? You always look at the bright side, and that's rubbing off on me. Yeah, well, that's the power of positive thinking, Best Buy. Norman Vincent Peale says, we have a choice in life. We can choose happiness or we can choose misery. And so I do have to be positive is extremely active. It's proactive and it's exhausting. I grew up in a super negative family. Like my mom never encouraged me to be an artist. But she did like some of my paintings. And she hung them on her wall and she said, if Wayne didn't paint it, we don't hang it. And that was very cute. But yeah, my mom was mad at me because I moved out when I was 18 years old in 6 days. So my birthday's Halloween, and on November 6th, I moved out when I was 18 with two girls, and it was Three's Company. And we had a good time, Liz and Yvonne. And my mom was heartbroken. She felt like I betrayed her, and she never got over it. She even still complained about it just recently. Um, I wouldn't have done it if I known it was going to hurt her feelings so much. But I was a mechanic, and I was making $500 a week under the table in 1986. That's like making maybe $1,000 today under the table, if somebody could do the cost for inflation. But so I was making great money. I drove a 6-year-old BMW, and I'm living with two women. Um, and things were good for me. And then I went to work at the BMW dealer, and I was going to college. I'm paying for my own college at community college, and well, the first semester I took 3 classes, which was too much. But I took public speaking, art, and algebra because I wanted geometry. And then the next semester I took my first real estate class because I wanted to get my license. And I went to community college for 5 years. I loved it. And I was a little bit of a wild guy. Like I'm driving a BMW, working at BMW, fixing cars. I go to college or community college and I smoke a bowl in the car before I go into class. Like, I just being young. I used to go to a lot of rock concerts, and I used to lift weights all the time. And I was happy with my life. I did a lot of surfing. hmm My grandpa the whole time, Wayne, you got to buy a house. Like I could have bought a condominium for like 80,000, and today that condominium is worth a half a million. Like I really should have taken Grandpa's advice. Uh, but well, you don't know, but I got my real estate license. I have 1 class left for my broker's license. Back in the day, you needed 8 classes, and I had 7. And then I went into mortgage banking, and after, like, for the first 6 months, I didn't make any money. Then after that, I started making good money. I was having, on average, $6,000 a month, and once in a while, I'd have a $10,000 month. That's a lot of money for a 22-year-old. And alcoholism was my downfall. So I was making good money. I bought a brand new Alfa Romero Spider Veloce convertible, red with tan interior. And, but my alcoholism sabotaged my performance at work. And so then I went low on money because I wasn't working as hard. I was drinking when I should have been out cold calling and, doing more business. Um, but the real truth is I didn't like my job because it was all paperwork, and I was too young for the industry. People didn't trust me with mortgages and stuff. And you don't have to worry about the loan agent. It's the processor. You bring in the money, the loan, and then the office will do the paperwork. I gotta I might be having a tooth problem. I need a root canal. Hey, I'm going to switch gears and talk about, being kicked in. Love everyone, question mark, thinking scorpion on the frog back, fable, sting me, I'm a scorpion, sleep. What did you expect? I know. Kane had a fishing net and a bottle of Yahoo. Kane was saying net and Yahoo. Yeah, we remember that. Lions kill for food, territorial dominance, for their genes to thrive. That's not evil. Evil is killing for no reason. Evil is seeing evil and doing nothing. I really hope you write a book one day. Painting is toxic for the soul. Painting is toxic for the soul? Well, that's your opinion. Say Some say I had a bad perspective, but that's just a point of view. Yeah, man, I wanted to talk about your plan for the next few months. Okay, so let's say they don't get me an apartment and they're not giving me time to clean up the property, which would be ludicrous. I need time. So if they're going to throw me into a homeless shelter, then I'm going to try to rent a storage for some of my valuable property. Like if they're like, you got to go live with people in bunk beds, Wayne. Okay, I'm going to live with people in bunk beds. And then you're going to have to be on a list for an apartment. And you're going to have to go get a job. So, like, if I can't pull together running for president, I might just have to give up running for president and get a job just to survive. So I'll do what it takes, based on what's available to me. $6,500 is not a large sum of money. So that I only need $6,500 to pull a building permit, and that would give me, I could be living on the property because I'm building, and I got to be I'm at the job site. So with a building permit, it'll allow me to put a temporary office on the property for the construction of my building. So when they build construction, they have the office for the contractor on property as temporary. It's on wheels. So I could bring in a trailer, hook it up to standard electricity while I'm building my home. And I think you got 2 years to build. So I'm also not going to drink anymore, at least until this all is finalized. So that means next January 1st, when I get my food stamps and I go to town, I'm not going to buy beer. I'm going to be sober because I have to be cognitive for all this extra drama going on in my life. And Jessica just contacted me yesterday, and she's back on board with being campaign manager. She might say, you know what, Wayne, you're right. If we were married, people would take you. It would look much better for you as president with a woman. So she might just marry me for a few years just to help me out. Tonic? I'm not sure what tonic means. I'm also going to call some synagogues and see if there's any, if the rabbis have any, what do you call, advice for legal, they might say, Wayne, that's terrible. We'll help you out with some money. We'll give you a loan. Painting is a tonic. It isn't toxic. Oh, a tonic. Yeah, it's an elixir. And painting's fun. I mean, oil painting is toxic. There are fumes. You don't want to be in a room with a lot of, you need proper ventilation because of the paint thinner. It's an irritant to your lungs. I also have watercolors. That's my nice brush collection. This was only like $6 from Hobby Lobby. And these are the watercolors. Very nice. I like watercolor. Most of all, the paper's cheap. You got to tape the paper down because it starts getting all wobbly when you get it wet. Yeah, so some of my philosophies are, it is the way it is. You can't change it, Wayne. You have to accept the moment. So we kind of live in a society that doesn't accept where they are. And so all the true unhappiness comes from not accepting things as they are. So I did get this notification from them, and they're mad at me. And could it be the police? It could be, or it could be the trolls who did it. Um, it doesn't matter. I have to be pragmatic, and I have a lot of legal hurdles and physical things that I have to do. I physically have to clean up my property. I also don't have the money to take, like I could, if I did have money to go to if something needs to go to the dump, like I would like to have one of those big trash containers that looks like a shipping container with no roof. I'd love to have one of those, fill it full of all the trash from my property, but that would cost a few $1,000s. I don't have that. And so I'm going to tell the any local boutique exhibition planning your internet fame, get a few shekels, house keys, 1998. Yeah, I'm not selling it for $500. I've had it too long. But new paintings will be a few $100s. Like maybe I'll make a recreation of that, but that's been in my. It's so old to me. There's no reason to sell it now, kind of thing. But I do think I could be selling. Oh, and I'll show you some of my canvases. Oh shit! Well, this one's torn, so that canvas won't be sold. But I got there's 5 of them in here, so 4 paintings like this. And then I got a bunch of these sizes here. I got like 10 of these, I think. Huh. Yeah. Maybe the torn one I will paint. And I'll work the tear into the art. I'll make it part of the art. How many citations did you get? I bet you could fix all but 1 or 2 of them very easily and cheap. 4, excessive outside storage, construction without permit. So nothing here needs a permit. So substandard electrical. So they're saying that I would have to disassemble my solar panels, or I get a permit for the solar panels. And then they're accumulated rubbish. So today I had some trash bags. I got like 7 trash bags. So I started picking up some trash. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll do you'll see some paintings from me in probably a week or less. And I'm going to be painting memes and peppies and stuff here from home. And if you have a peppy frog that you like, say, Wayne, if you paint this, I'll buy that one from you. Price $200 for 150 on the small canvas and probably $250 on the large canvas. Also, anybody that's already sent me over $100, I'm going to gift you a painting. Freaking HOA is busting Wayne's balls out there in the middle of nowhere. So I wanted to start a GoFundMe for you, but I didn't know how much money you would need. Well, let's start with $7,000. So $6,500. Oh, a person contacted me and said they will do building plans for a home. So if I raise $6,500, I can get a building permit, and with a building permit, I'm allowed to live on the property. So if we raise $7,000 for a building permit, somebody's going to give me building plans that I can submit to the county. And then I got like 2 years to build it. But during this time, because we're doing construction, the power can be turned on And so I got an electrical box over here, and they'll just reconnect it to the power lines. So then I can have traditional electricity to power the equipment to build the home. Yeah. Thank you, Drift Speed, for doing a GoFundMe. And please do it. Do it for me. And version 1 is better than version none. And then I can promote it. I can put it in the description of all my videos. GoFundMe for Wayne Lambright. I think this is positive. I think there's enough people who know about me from Politically Incorrect, and I think they might want to see me succeed at some level. Yeah, 6,500 is like a minimum. I was going to go, yeah, 10 grand, but you think you should get a definite number so once it's achieved, you will be good to do what you need to. Yeah, well, I already know the building permit is 6,500, and you just need building plans. So, but then another $3,500 would be enough to maybe rent a trash truck to get rid of some of my trash here. Yeah, I could do a lot with 10 grand. And sometimes on these GoFundMes, they go over. There was some guy who was walking to work and didn't have a car, and he just needed to raise like $12,000 to get a car, and he ended up raising $100,000. So we just don't know, maybe it'll pick up some traction. Ethan Ralph. I'm not checking email now because of the live. Okay, let me check. Let me see if email will load. It might be really slow, so let me try here. Does it say drift speed anywhere? Your funds is ready. Oh, what's the title of the email? My name. Okay, let me search drift speed. Drift speed is one word or two words? For some reason, Gmail is really slow. Hey, should I shave off my pork chops because I'm meeting with these ladies tomorrow? Do you think I look really stupid, or don't worry about it? Wayne Lambert, will there be a second person on the internet? Wayne Lambert will be the second person on the internet I've ever donated to. The first is Gabe Newell. Thank you, Drippy. No, I'm not seeing it, Drift Speed. So it's lambright@gmail.com. LAMBRIGHT @gmail.com. That's correct. There's a doco maker on YouTube did a doco on similar, a documentary maker on YouTube did a documentary on similar off-grid guy in Appalachia, Peter. Got 8 million views. Some of the buildings burned down. Got a couple $100,000 in GoFundMe. Shave just one off. Cover both bases. Shave just one of them. But I'd look like a crackpot if I shave. Yeah, check. Junk. Um, okay, Drift Speed, I just closed it. Now I'm going to reopen it. Damn it. Um, Lambright Gmail. Yeah, 8 million views. That is $16,000 in money. It's $2,000 per million views. Man, I hope this guy doesn't just disappear with your thousands of dollars after the GoFundMe takes off. He won't. The FBI is trying to help me, you know. All right, I'm going to my draft. I think the FBI is out to protect me. And I also think that the swatters are, doing some pretty James Bond level stuff. I found it, Drift Speed. Yeah. Now I'm checking for the old one. No, I've only got the test one from you. Yeah. And then you can transfer the money to me, and then I would give you a 1099 so you don't have the legal liability of the money. Let's raise the money first and worry about the delivery last, okay? Yeah, I think, like the people who were here the other day, the homeless shelter people with the county of Riverside, they had a lot of empathy in their facial expressions and their words and their actions. And they know what was happening to me was really dirty, but they couldn't say it was dirty. But they know it's dirty. They know it's borderline criminal what they're doing to me. In the spirit of you got to choose your battles. So now is not the time for me to be fighting the county. What I need to do is be flexible like a green blade of grass, and I need to go with the flow. So, my life is on the line here. They're being really difficult. So this is the best chance for me to not fight the system and use this as an opportunity to get help from them. They have the power to make sure I'm safe. So, like the homeless shelter might be like, well, we need you washing the floor and doing the toilets. I might be like, but it hurts my back. And they're like, prove it. So then I'll see a doctor, and the doctor might say, Wayne's disabled. So then I might get on, government disability for being disabled, and I might live at the homeless shelter for 12 months, and I get $800 a month. 8 times 12 is 72. No, 9,600, I think. Yeah, it's 96. So that would be $9,600 in a year's time. That would be enough money for me to get a building permit if nobody helps me. Mm-hmm. So Drift Speed, I'm here, and if you want to send another email, just go in your email, Drift Speed, and look for the one you sent me from the past, and just resend it right now, and then I'll have it. Sounds like the sheriff is using lawfare, Riverside County, to get rid of you because sick of swatting you. If you move, don't let people know where you are. Um, yeah, I'll try to keep that a secret, but uh, I might be going for a walk. I'm like, I'm going for a walk, guys, and they'll be like, oh, I see those bushes. He's in the Palm Springs area. And then they'll find the trees, and then they'll be like, he's only been walking 5 minutes, and there's only one homeless shelter in that neighborhood, that's where he's at. So I'm sure the sheriff will be getting calls to this old address anyways. The sheriff is the mouse, and the swatters are the cat. And the swatters, they're getting a big sexual erection off of jerking off the police. If the sheriff was smart, they would do a surveillance for a hidden trail cam here. It wouldn't surprise me if the swatters have put a cellular phone trail cam monitoring my property. Yeah. So they need to pull the cell phone records and see if there's any cellular signals coming from this direction, because you can triangulate it. So we got 20 cars that drive by every day. So basically at 3 a.m., there should only be one cell signal coming from my house. And then there probably is 10 cell signals from the mine. Like how many security guards work at the mine at night? It'd be easy to figure out. I might be having a tooth emergency, meaning I'm getting a little pain here. Hopefully it'll go away. It could go bad. I could get a blood infection. Ooh, night vision goggles can detect camera lenses because they use ultraviolet light to capture. Mm-hmm. I do have a Sony camera that will see with night vision, which I think will see infrared light. So maybe I'll take a look myself. Some people on polls see you as a laugh out loud cow. They get off on tormenting you. Yeah, I know, they're gang stalkers. And Dragon Lord in Germany had the same deal. His trolls would never leave him alone, even after chasing him out of his house. No, these people are fucked. You know, they're mentally ill. They're doing the work of Satan, and you know, they probably led to my mother's death. They're truly evil people. Only is a cam are using the 850 nanometer thermal heater. 450, 940 nanometer is more or less invisible. I don't know. You know, next time I talk to the sheriff, I'll say, you guys should come out at night with some night vision and just do a sweep and see if there's any trail cams. Because somebody, if they have a trail cam, how are they paying that cellular bill? I mean, they could be paying it with a Visa card purchased at the grocery store kind of thing. You know, one funny thing about criminals, they make mistakes. So these criminals doing this, they've made a mistake somewhere. I also think it's Israel. At the end of the day, I think it's Mossad. So hopefully our CIA doesn't wholly trust Mossad. So, you know, with the Mossad in the world of spies, pretend the CIA has got some data on the Mossad. And Mossad's like, oh shit, CIA knows something they shouldn't know. Would Mossad kill an American CIA? I think they would. So America can't let its guard down just because it's Israel intelligence agency. I know there's a lot of collaboration. However, we should never trust them. There's a possibility that Mossad is doing this and that Mossad would betray our CIA. Ethan Ralph had similar trolls. He got rid of his by stopping being funny. They enjoyed laughing at his drinking. When he stopped drinking, they had nothing to laugh at. No drama, no trolls. Yeah, Ethan Ralph told me that he got swatted 12 times and once in Mexico at his new home. And the Mexican police are like, oh yeah, well, we're not going to do this again. We're not going to be trolled. Like it's over. Mexico's like, yeah, we fell for that once. Fuck off. My local sheriff, God bless them. They come out. They don't know when, somebody could come out here and kill me, but like I'll be dead by the time they get here. So, let's just pray that things go my way. And we have like, I think I'm really, when you talk about grassroots politician, I don't think you can get more grassroots than this. A guy not financially successful, running for president, a phoenix from the ashes, a comeback story. It would say to all Americans, if Wayne can become president someday, then you can become president. So it would be very inspirational for a lot of people if I became president. And then again, if you look at who the presidents are, they're not geniuses, they're not special people, they're people. So I'm a people person. I might be a genius. That's a bonus, but I think I have enough decorum and personality to bring people together and say, like, well, yeah, we do disagree on some politics, but let's put that aside. Let's think about the American people. Let's unify. Let's take some big leaps forward. We've been kicking the can down the road, making promises to the American people for years, and the only thing we're doing is butt sex on the American people. We keep fucking them in the ass, and I think they're tired of it. We need to do some real honest work for the American people and quit lying to them. And they're tired of it. They're sick of it. I psyoped poll into voting for Trump just to loosen them up for your presidential run. Thank you, Mega Blamp. You have to swear an allegiance to Israel if you were president, Wayne. Yeah. All right, well, Drift Speed, I haven't seen a new email come by. Let me check my spam. Nothing in the spam. I'm going to turn off the email because I don't want it to hurt my feed right now, okay? You can't get your detractors what they want. Deny them their jollies. Well, I want to, let's talk about the allegiance to Israel, okay? So I have an allegiance to Jewish people, okay? So, and I do believe Israel at this point in time, I just closed it, Drift Speed, so I'll have to get back to you. Is it imperative I give you an answer on this video, or can I just hit reply? Oh, let me open it up. Let me look. So here's what I propose with Israel. Like a bicycle with training wheels? Well, Israel is a child's bike with training wheels. And it's time for Israel to take off their training wheels. And, okay, cool. I'll check it after this video. Well, no, I actually just opened this. Let me just go there. So I'm going to help Israel take off their training wheels. And I'm not going to... Okay, I do see it here. Thank you. All right. I'll read it when we're done. Let me close it so I don't want to consume the speed. So I'm going to tell Israel, I'm going to double the amount of money you're getting from America now. So your financial aid is going to be there. We're willing to sell you weapons to protect yourself. And we need to discuss what happened on 9/11. Now, come up with some escape. From Google Chrome. Come up with some scapegoats. Come up with some scapegoats or something. But we've got to right the wrong, or at least admit to us privately that you're not going to do it again. I don't care if Israel wants to manipulate the rest of the world. They got to leave America alone. So I'm going to try to either broker an overt or a covert peace deal with Israel. And I'm going to show them what a good leader can do. All right. So I really honestly, with all the fiber in my body, believe that anti-gravity is 100% real. I believe stargates are true. And I believe that aliens have been coming to the earth for a very long time. I believe that um, in the spirit of the universe, the human race on earth is a toddler. We're not even a teenager yet in the big scheme of things. So I believe that there are advanced extraterrestrials that could make life on Earth even better for us, and they have advanced technology. So what I want to do is bring that technology to the world. I think we're talking about miracle cures. I think we're talking about the ability to live much longer, maybe 1,000 years, maybe even indefinitely. And I'm talking about stargating. Like, so we can make the world a utopia. Do we need prisons? Well, maybe we do. So then maybe we stargate prisoners to another Earth. You leave Earth. Living on Earth is a blessing for good people. And maybe you don't want to live on Earth with some demons and you want to go to another planet. Like literally, this solves everybody's problems because we could be intergalactical. I know this sounds crazy to say, but I do believe there is a intergalactical federation of good people who are trying to work in harmony with one another, and then there's some evil people in the universe, kind of like Star Trek. So these topics are not so sensitive that people can't handle it. We have to handle war. So people are still going to go to work and be working, but we're at a time in technology where robots nearly could do most things humans need. We got like self-driving trucks. We have self-driving cars with anti-gravity. Things will be just zipping around in the air. So we're nearly at a point when humanity can actually relax and we can enjoy a utopia that we've been dreaming of for a long time. And like Israel wants to have peace and safety, right? Well, I can't think of a more peaceful and safe place than their own fucking planet, the planet of Israel. We'll find a habitable planet and we'll enable all the Jews to move to this planet so they can all fight with each other on their own planet. And, so there's an answer to everything if you're a total free thinker like me. And I know some of my thinking is totally crazy and it's not conventional. You're not going to solve a conventional problem with conventional thinking. So we have an unconventional situation going on that America's secretly controlled by a power structure that's hidden. Most likely many Jews are part of this. And Jews live in perpetual fear. So we need to solve a problem for the Jews. The Jews want to be slave masters. They want slaves, and they want to quit living in fear. So we need to give Jews their own planet to enslave people. They would love that. Oh, thank you. That'd be a gift, Wayne. You're a genius. Let's vote Lambright into office. So I just believe there's an answer to everything if we think creatively enough without restrictions. So some of my assumptions are that stargates are true, anti-gravity is true, and unlimited electricity is true. How do the UFOs get here? There's no gas cap. Free energy curing cancer flying energy curing cancer, you'd have the life expectancy of a housefly. Get the info out on Tor quickly first. Oh, you're saying they're going to kill me. If they were going to kill me, they would have already killed me. Chad, you win the biggest douche in the history award. What are you talking about, Clouds? Who's Chad? Chad, you win the biggest douche in the history. Cloud Sprout, who are you talking to here? So, when have you ever heard another politician talking like me? The answer is never, all right? Politicians talk like this. Well, we're going to lower the cost of health care. which will give Americans more money in their pocket to feed their family. We're going to fix the roads so they don't destroy your car, and we're going to build more housing for the poor. All that kind of shit. Like, they've been selling the same shit for a very long time, and then they don't deliver. So, like, people's memories, the sheep, there are people who are stupid, and we got to protect them. If God gave you a big brain, you got to use your big brain to help the people with a small brain. You know what I'm saying? So, what did Albert Einstein say about World War IV? He says, I know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones because World War III will be nuclear and we'll all get fucked up. So, like, let's not do World War III. It might make sense for us to decommission all nuclear weapons. It might make sense to do that. Like Putin? Is Putin murder-suicide? Well, like Putin, he's been talking a pretty tough game lately. He said, like, if Russia can't have a place in the world, then the world won't exist. Like, he's like, if you're gonna fuck us, well, we're gonna fuck you. So, like, if I was Putin, I would say to the BRICS people, we need to create since there isn't a global currency, we're going to start one for us. We're going to make the BRIC dollar, and maybe the BRIC dollar is tied to Bitcoin. So they keep Bitcoin in reserve, and then they print a fiat currency that all the BRIC nations use, and they quit using US dollars. Oh, that would fuck us so bad. It would. And then they could also fuck the West by not selling oil to the West. Europe would be, like, Germany is now buying natural gas again from, like, Ukraine, or it's coming from, no, they're buying Russian natural gas. So we're still running the global economy on combustion technology. So it's going to take us a few years to transition to advanced technology. Cloud Sprout, the Holy Ghost whisper into my heart. Right on, dude. Can't use a Visa card in Israel. The shekel is a closed financial system. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I think we're breaking new territory. I've never had a stream for 4 hours and 26 minutes. Let's go for 5 hours. I think tell me what you think of this idea. This next idea is about building American families. And I want to give families $10,000 per child for 18 years. So you'll end up getting $180,000 over the period of 18 years, $10,000 per year. So if you had 10 kids, well, that's going to be $100,000 a year check from the government for you and your spouse to stay married. And so that way the children grow up with mom and dad. So when your last child turns 18, you're no longer legally obligated to stay married. You could get divorced if you wanted. And I would think if you did stay together for 18 years, which many people do, just for the children, then they get divorced. You might say, you're my sweetie pie. There were many years I wanted to get rid of you, but you've been together so long, you might stick it out. You might just be in it for the long haul. You might get that silver anniversary, 25-year, 30-year, 40-year, 50-year marriage. Germany trying to move 80% renewable energy by 2030 since the invasion. Germany is being deindustrialized. Yeah, America's at war with Germany right now, for sure. The Holy Ghost says I should contact multiple in Lambright. The injustice is the injustices which you face, the incompetency of. Yeah, please do it, Cloud Sprout. I need your help. Like, I can't It would be great, you know. Yeah, that's what they call a third party endorsement. So like if I call them, they ignore me. But if it's a public citizen, you know, there's this politician and he's a little quirky or whatever, but bad things are happening to him, and we need to get some awareness in the media. They might pick it up. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I closed the conversation about Israel and swearing an allegiance to Israel. I have an allegiance to all Jews. And so I don't think, you know, the Zionist Jews, I'm not sure they're all on board with like Bibi Netanyahu's group of people. They're very fascist. There's many people in Israel who disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu. And so I think when people have access to truth, they're better informed to make a better decision. And so right now, I think the people that we would consider the Zionists, I think they're misguided. And the reason they're misguided are just like American Christian evangelists who want to do everything for Israel. They're misguided. They don't know the real truth. And the real truth is that our ally, Israel, planned, executed, and maintains the 9/11 terrorist attack. Those buildings didn't melt. They were blown out of the sky. Controlled demolition takes a very long time to install. It was the biggest psychological operation ever. It took many years to plan and execute 9/11. And yes, the people who planned that are the smartest people on earth. They're geniuses. They get a Nobel Prize for evil. They do. It was amazing. But it's sad what happened. And there's some Jews who believe that murdering people, they want to murder people, innocent people, because they believe that will make the Messiah come quicker. Definitely gonna listen to the Holy Ghost. If there is something shady going on, yeah, you know, like, not all Jews are bad, okay? So, like my friend Charles Bornheim, he's a complicated man. He's got some bad behavior, but he's got a heart of gold. So, we have to judge everybody individually. This is like where racism comes in. You can't just judge a whole group of people based on stereotypes. It could be a heads up, but it doesn't mean they're all like that. So like my grandpa, my step grandpa, who was there when I was born, he was a Jew. He was such a great guy and so patient with me, and I'm a spaz. Like, you give me some sugar, I turn into a different person. And when I was younger, I would talk a mile a minute, and he was very patient with me. And he helped me work on my BMW. We put a new clutch in my BMW when we bought it. They co-signed on the loan. I never missed a payment. We bought property together when I was 19 years old, and I made payments on it for 10 years, and it got paid off. And my grandpa Walby was just such a great guy. And it took him 10 minutes to tell a 1-minute story. He just talked really slow. It was pretty crazy. That's true, Wayne. I need to re-examine my worldview. Yeah. Ukraine war destabilized Belt and Road route. Canal access is the trade choke point. Ashkenazi, the 30th cousin from the bottleneck. You know, like, in 1,000 years, they'll think that we lived our life according to the TV show called The Flintstones. You know, like, this 33,000-year-old religion or 4,000-year-old religion, you know, this is where faith comes in. So I think we all could probably agree there is a God somewhere. And there's some type of an intellectual something in the universe. Like, we don't know where the universe ends, and where does the universe live? Like, these topics are just super mind-blowing. Like, this whole idea our life could be a simulation. I feel like I'm high on marijuana when you tell me shit like that. It's like so deep. Like, my brain just doesn't, what? It's like, it could be true, and these other universes, and eventually you have to give up and say, there is a God. Like, I think Richard Feynman was an atheist when he entered. Richard Feynman worked on the Manhattan Project, and he's a really world famous physicist. And he's a great orator. And he says, when I first entered physics, I was an atheist. And the more I learned about physics, the more I was certain there was a God. And now, maybe Richard Feynman didn't say that. Somebody said it. And so the more you study the universe, the more miraculous things are. And there's also a bunch of these inventors, like Nikola Tesla was one. He said all the ideas came to him in a dream. So, like, literally, I believe our dreams are a conscious being in the universe trying to send us a message. Like, maybe your dreams are about you knitting a red sweater. And you're like, why would I want to knit a red sweater? And so just go to the store and buy some red yarn and some little sticks, and then buy a book about knitting. And I bet you some magic's going to happen. And the magic might be this. Hey, for some reason I want to knit a red sweater. Do you have classes on this? And it could be a really cute girl, and then you fall in love and you get married. So maybe the visions of knitting a red sweater are to introduce you to the love of your life at the place where they sell the knitting material. So, just maybe take the advice in your dreams. Like, I have dreams that are way too graphical pleasing. Like, my dreams are pure art show. They're like Marie Antoinette, that movie by Francis Coppola's daughter, where it's beautiful and it's pastels, and it's also like the Budapest Hotel. My dreams are full of fashion and design. And so what that's telling me is, like, I should be spending my life going towards those things. But I do drawings and stuff. My art is exciting, and I love drawing things, but in my conscious life, I don't feel drawn to fashion and design. But maybe I should. Like, I don't know if you know, but I said I wanted to create the Ugly Dress Company. And like, I was at the Hobby Lobby. Let me read these things real quick. The entirety can bootstrap onto that specific bloodline which has been preserved through martyrial interbreeding in the grabbler. Yeah. Wayne, when the news contacts you, please don't bring up aliens, anti-gravity, or anything from 4chan. Where should I send them? Well, like my email address? Yeah. To my Twitter. Have them contact me on Twitter. Okay, so what was I going to say? I was talking about dreams, art, hobby. The Ugly Dress Company. Thanks, Cloud Sprout. So when I was at Hobby Lobby, Hobby Lobby, I go there to troll for women. It's like the grocery store. It's a meat market, right? So if you want to meet women who are lonely, Hobby Lobby. What are they doing there? They're nesting. They're building all these cute things for their home. It's a nest. So now there's many married women there. I don't date married women, but there's also single women, and they're doing nesting behavior. So my strategy for a woman in my life, I think that there's a high probability I could marry like a retired school teacher, because after 30 years, let's say they graduate college at 24, so 30 years is 54 years old. So at age 54, women hit the 30-year mark of being a school teacher, and they can retire. So a woman who was a school teacher might not have got married because she was just too busy being a mom to all those kids. Or she might be divorced. She was married, children, now she's divorced. So this is the perfect time to grab a school teacher with a pension. And, I kind of fit the bad boy attitude. I'm tall, I'm muscular, I'm a financial failure. Women kind of might see that as, like, well, he tried, not everybody wins. And so I might be attracted to some school teacher kinds. And I like chubby women. A lot of teachers are chubby. So, like, it could happen for me. Statistically, I think, it's a probability. Probably no women. I don't want to date any women who are attorneys because what do attorneys do? They've been lying for all those years. They're just like professional liars. You're not. Do they even have a soul? I don't know. Um, are there good attorneys out there? I'm not sure. hmm Doctors are interesting because they're logical, and they're auto mechanics for the human body, and it's based on logic, and it's a lot of learning. So a lot of doctors, I think women who are doctors, uh, my gut tells me they're more likely to stay single because they don't need a man because they're so capable of doing anything themselves that they probably would just rather be single for the rest of their life. But not anybody can live alone. It's just a lonely life. So some people say, "Fuck it, I'm going to get a man in my life," and a relationship is compromise. So it's not always going to be the smoothest of sailing, but life never is. So it's all about communication. Yeah. And relationships are about these things right here. If your relationship's not doing well, you got to use these things. The more you listen to a woman, the more she thinks you love her. So if you don't love her, just pretend to listen to her. But you can't be using this when you're using this. Mm. On OkCupid, there's a question: how long do you want your next relationship to last? Forever? A few years? I can't imagine entering a relationship just for a few years. To me, that just sounds like it's like leasing a car. Emotionally, it sounds just, I don't know. I want to get to know somebody. First, you need the romantic hook to elicit interest. Well, a lot of women find me sexy, and I only focus on the ones who like me. So my whole thing is attraction versus promotion. If you're like, please date me, please, 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 nah, not really. That's like having a fishing net and going to the lake and say, hey, fish, will you jump in here? They're not going to do it. You got to put the hook out there, and they got to bite on the bait. That's attraction. hmm I'm not even sure what time it is. Check here. 7 o'clock. That's nice. Hmm. I sent an email to the sheriff and the FBI. You should try to find out who called the county on me, because if it's not one of the sheriff people, it's most likely the people swatting me. And I don't think the county would take this as a computer voice. They're going to take a real person's voice. So that would be a signature of the person turning me in. So they could do a voice match to some of the other swatting calls to see if the person who's been swatting me also called the county. What's happening to me is absolute targeted harassment. It's against the law. So eventually somebody's going to get caught and somebody's going to be going to jail for a very long time. Yeah. Um, it's crazy what they're doing. Yeah. You guys are absolutely my emotional support, so I'm so grateful. You're like, when the rock star jumps out in the crowd and people have the rock star in their hands, that's how I feel like you're doing for me emotionally. You're helping me through this difficult time. And If I end up in a homeless shelter, I'll be doing video broadcasting to you from the homeless shelter, or they'll be like, I'll be doing it from the park or something. I still want to stay in contact with you guys, and I'm really hoping to. I'm just $6,500 away from fixing this. My friend Chick's like, he was telling his wife, "Well, Wayne, we're gonna have you living back up here." I wonder how advanced the setup of Swatter is. Is it just phone spoofing app, or do they have 133T hacks? Elite hacks? I don't know. Well, I think it's Israel. So I think it's Mossad. Mossad has a political smear campaign unit where they smear politicians to make sure politicians can't really rise above. And they know how they've been doing it for years. All the spy agencies try to engage in illegal political, what's the word? Well, it's political influence. They're trying to shape global politics around the world, like what America just did with the guy in Argentina. And that voting system that starts with a D as in David, the one that got sued by Alex Jones or Fox News, lost a lawsuit to those people. So there's just lots of manipulation around the world. Just imagine if the world wasn't manipulated and where if governments were the will of the people. I heard that nations don't last more than 250 years. So America's like at 247 years. What's 1776 minus 2023? Like, how many years have we actually been a nation? I kind of got a feeling like the narrative of the world right now is the third temple in Israel. So either the Messiah is going to come or they're going to fake the Messiah. And I think if they fake the Messiah is going to demand the New World Order. What's his name? Werner von Braun said that the excuse for World War III is going to be alien invasion. They're going to fake an alien invasion. Like, they could say aliens are attacking the Earth and blow up some cities with nuclear bombs and say the aliens did it. Let's hope not. I'm so sad what's happening in Israel and Gaza. I really wish those I know the Palestinians, their homeland, but if they're just gonna keep killing people, I would just move out, go find a place where you're welcome. If you never answer your phone to unknown numbers, your voice can never be scraped for an AI built copy of it. Duh. Phones literally record your voice constantly. If you have a smartphone, your voice is already owned. Absolutely. Well, my voice can be. People have already done deep fakes of my voice, and it sounds like me. I think they only need 20 seconds of your voice to copy you. I think they made deep fakes of my old landlord, Phil. I heard some videos and it sounded exactly like him, but the words he spoke, I don't think Phil would say those words. So I think, and this was last spring before deep fakes were kind of like a thing. So who has access to this advanced artificial intelligence? Only computer nerds at a high level, which are spies. So I think, people have been trying to wind me up about my old landlord for a long time, and I'm not taking the bait. I forgive Phil. I was there almost 8 years. Well, 7 years of it was good. So, just like a relationship with somebody, even though when you break up, those last few months of the breakup are bad, you gotta be grateful for all the positive years you had. That's how I see it. That's how I maybe that's how I trick myself into not being depressed about another failure. I just enjoy not answering my phone. Yeah. Well, I was getting somebody had leaked my phone number, and I was getting harassing calls, so I had to change my phone number. So nobody really has my phone number right now except for like four people: the sheriff, ex-girlfriend, my best friend, my brother, maybe one or two other people. So, if I start getting harassed again, well, then I'll just get a new phone number. My identity is not tied to my fucking phone number. Um, it doesn't matter to me, a phone number. Tomorrow I'm going to wake up early and try to do some cleaning around the house before the ladies show up. And let's just pray to God that they're kind of doing an intake tomorrow, and they're probably going to tell me about maybe what success they've had in the past of helping people like myself find a home. And they said that there's a Jewish family something. So I think the Jewish community might be coming to my aid. So that would be nice, like if you took a survey of how many homeless people are Christians and how many homeless are Jews, I bet you the Jews are very small. I'd like to come on your show right now and say a few things to the feds. Well, nothing's stopping you, Cloud Sprout. Cloud Sprout, why don't you have your own channel? I mean, you have a lot of anger towards the feds. Let it go, bro. I mean, let it out. You could have the YouTube channel called Fuck the Feds if you wanted to. They're just people with a job, and you don't know what pain and suffering they're going through. Like when I talked to the FBI guy a long time ago, I was like, Israel did 9/11, and the FBI knows exactly what's going on. He was like, yeah, I know. But it's a bureaucracy. So do you know that the larger organizations get, their efficiency drops because of red tape? So, like the military, right? The military makes mistakes all the time, but and they probably do things you disagree with, but you are in control of your individual actions, and you don't represent the whole system. So you can just do the best you can do within organizations. If your grandfather was Jewish, there's a good chance they'd rally to support you. Well, he's my step-grandpa, so it's not blood, but I got a strike. I can't upload this week. Okay. Well, you can just create a new channel, Cloud Sprout. Channel 1, Channel 2, Channel 3. They're creating pain and suffering in our lives. They don't care about us. Well, those are just your opinions, Cloud Sprout. Like my FBI guy, he cares about me. Super empathetic to me. Maybe he's lying, but I believe him, right? So at the end of the day, I think he cares about me. I would be cautious with government housing agencies. Cali is kind of known for having tons of homeless and not being able to properly help them. Could just be a ruse to get you off your land. I'm not leaving my land until I have solid housing. I'm not going to live if I'm going to sleep in my car, I'm sleeping in my car on my own land. And if they're going to arrest me for sleeping in my car on my own land, then I'm going to go to jail. It's insanity. Like, it's just nuts. Jews conflate humanity with Jewishness. What's good for Jews is good for humanity. A crime against Jews is a crime against humanity, but Jewishness and humanity are not the same. It's collective narcissism. It's very real, and I'm tired of being hurt by the system. Well, how did the system hurt you, Cloud Sprout? Open Cloud Sprout video. The first 5 seconds is him fixing himself with his phone number. Even a secular Jew has a mindset of closeness. The world hates me for no reason. I am chosen for hatred. Well, these are just stereotypes, man. And, I realize that people who are born Jewish with a Jewish mother, oh, Wayne's a convert. Well, he's not a real Jew. I realize that. And, but I don't care what they think, okay? So this is my relationship with God. It's not a relationship with other Jews. If a relationship with other Jews happens, then I'm lucky. But I do think there's a God. I think, I believe in Adam and Eve. But the Bible could just be a story of the Anunnaki. I don't know. And it's not for me to judge. It's just for me to follow the 10. Okay, so maybe I'm stupid, but I'm just going to follow the 10 commandments. It's a story that works for me. It doesn't work for everybody. Like the comedian who did The Office, chubby guy, British. He's like, there's 3,000 religions, but your religion's the number one religion. What is that British guy's name? Do unto others, yeah. Ricky Gervais. He's a super funny guy. Like that guy is a genius. Yeah, he's a comedic genius. I like him. And that first season, or the British version of The Office, that is straight up comedic gold. Oh my God. I watched all of those. It was just really good. That's something I miss, is just really fucking top shelf entertainment. Yeah, the Golden Globe. I think I saw that one. Like, he's wearing a black shirt and he just hits, like every time he hits the ball, it's a grand slam. He's just a top-notch comedian. And that gives me hope, man, because like you just don't know when the next top-notch comedian is going to pop out of nowhere. And they pop out of nowhere, and then you're like laughing your ass off again. What was funny was that woman who fainted. She's like, I'm vaxxed, I'm triple vaxxed. I even got the shingles shot, and Jesus is looking out for me. And then boom, she falls over on the stage like that. Man, that was just... I just think there's too much evidence of God. Why would you want to have a fight with God? Are you suicidal or what? And like Muslims hate Christians, is that true? Well, I bet you lions hate humans. Her funniest joke was her life. Yeah. Comedy is definitely comedy's so it's very therapeutic. It's like because it's the 180. You're like, so I'm driving to the grocery store, and then they say something funny. They're like, I'm driving to the grocery store, and next thing I know, I'm in handcuffs. Well, what happened? I was drunk to get more beer. Just comedy is just... Do you know who King Terry is? He built. Yeah, I know Terry Davis. Yeah, God would like to speak to you. Terry Davis was. I like his conversation about a little bird. German version of The Office. Too funny. Stromberg, even without the language. Oh, I didn't know there's a German version. In Soviet Russia, the jokes tell you. A German version of The Office? I'll tell you probably my. Well, it's a question that it said, what's your favorite TV show on OkCupid? And my favorite TV show, I'm going to give it to the British television series called Keeping Up Appearances. And there's a fat lady named Mrs. Bouquet, but her name is spelled Buket, Bucket. So the mailman's like, "Hey, Miss Bucket, I got some mail for you. It's pronounced bouquet." Oh, fucking Mrs. Bucket. Mrs. Bouquet is the funniest thing. Like her son Richard. "It's my son Richard, Colin. Did I tell you how successful he is?" And basically, Richard sounds like a flaming gay guy. "He hasn't found a lovely lady yet. We wish he'd get married, but he's obviously queer." And she's delusional that she's not aware her son's gay. And nobody wants to talk to Mrs. Bouquet. Like the mailman sees her and he like scurries away, or the priest from the church. Oh shit, here comes Mrs. Bucket. And he tries to get out of it. And then it's like she's got horrible breath or something, but she doesn't. They just hate talking to her because everything is about her narcissistic personality. And her husband Richard, he reminds me of my grandpa. He just like, "Oh, whatever, dear." And it's really one of the best series. And it was on for um, 10 years or so. Is Miss Bouquet a gilf? Yeah, I'd probably fuck her. Uh, Sex is sex, you know? Like, you never know. Uh, some women could be good in bed. You just don't know it till you try it. One foot in the grave is popping in my head. I veto the busybody. Hello, I could swear. What do you expect? Once in a lifetime, I forget what you have done for me lately. Hello, if you and only if economically strip apostrophes. Grease, look, buddy. Not that there's anything wrong with evolution. Pride, quit. You're in big trouble. Repeat after me. Don't count on it. That's all, folks. Poor you talking to me, glorious California. I'm God and not one finger salute. Hello, mission from God. How hard could it be? Cloud Sprout, are you drunk? Ben Franklin, genius, said, "Old puss is the best puss, all the same when your lights are out." Yeah, I've had sex with older women and they seem to be super appreciative. Um, well, I think all women, like when you're having sex, women are like, they're horny, right? They're just like, "Give me that dick. I want to see how this turns out." You're all don't even smoke crack. Isn't it beautiful that God gave us sex? Like, um, sex is magic. It really is. Like, it's a magical thing. Did you ever bang a chick just to prove that you could do it? No. Um, I seem to have more like hookup sex when I would be on vacation in Europe. And I think the reason for this is women are like, "Oh, American. And I know you'll be gone tomorrow, so let's fuck." I've just had so much easy sex in my life that if I wanted to have sex, like it's like selling women on sex. It's just like it's impossible. Women have to hypnotize themselves. They want the sex. One time I was telling a woman, I was like, well, I'm like, let's fuck, and she's like, I don't know. I'm like, what? You afraid it's too big for you? Well, how big is it? So if you tell women you have a big cock, eventually they're going to be like, well, let me see it. And by the time they want to see your dick, they're thinking about sex so much, they just want to have that cock. So you can hypnotize a woman into sex by, maybe you don't have a big cock. It's okay. She might see your cock and be like, that's a small cock. But she's been thinking about that cock for so long because you've been talking about it, she's going to be getting all wet. And that's how you can kind of trick women into having sex when they didn't want to have sex. There's lots of those pickup books that I think there's some logic in there, that there's the book Body Language, when women are playing with their hair, they're like, what they're really doing is they're grooming themselves to look attractive to you. So like, I'll tell you, like this pickup trick does work. You point your fingers at your dick. You're just doing that at a party. So as you're pointing your fingers at your dick, you scan the room and you wait for women to be looking at you, petting their hair. So since you're pointing at your dick, you give her eye contact and you keep wiggling your fingers at your dick, and then you do this. If she comes over to you, oh, she's done. She's yours. And she'll be like, "What's up, handsome?" I'm like, "Man, you're beautiful. What are you doing here?" You just start chatting with her, and then eventually you say, "Want to leave this place and go someplace more private?" Yeah, let's do it. That's it. Do you want to leave this place and go someplace more private? You know what that means. Yeah. It's not ice cream. It's sex. The other strategy for meeting women is, like, if you're going to try to meet women in bars, don't go to the bar at 8 o'clock at night. Go at 11 o'clock at night. Wait for them to have a few drinks, and they're a little tipsy. By that time, they'll be like, finally, some hot dude has come in here. They're already tanked, and you're like, can I get you a drink? Oh, I got one. It's my third one. I'm like, well, I'll buy you another one. All right, great. Then you get some drinks in you and do some dancing. Dancing is sex. It's vertical sex. So if you're willing to go dancing with women, then dancing makes women horny. You could be a terrible dancer. They'll be like, I don't care. At least he tried. My ex-husband wouldn't try. Women, I think it's like the best thing you can do is just try to make women happy. If they ask you to do something, do it. It doesn't hurt if you're physically, like, you could have a face like a bicycle seat, but if you got a body like Adonis, they're just going to be looking at your chest while you're fucking them. So, like, start lifting weights and get yourself a sexy body, and women will want to fuck you. How are women and cow pets the same? Easier to pick up when old. Men fall in love with their eyes. Women fall in love with their ears. How often have you used that trick? As often as possible, baby. Sex is overrated once the AI waifus come out. It's over for women. Wayne Lambert, God has a mission for you. You haven't done anything for him lately, and he's upset about that. You need to revolutionize yourself to prove yourself. Drinking Cloud Sprout, women need to be a woman is like an ice cold beer. Yummy. Cloud Sprout, how hard have you shipped mine archery? Because I've definitely heard of this before. Shield. Oh, Hard have you shield? Yeah, he sent a copy of mine Minarchy to that comedian who's always the shooter in mass shootings. I forget his name. Driftspeed, I have failed as an artist and must now lead the revolution. Women will tear your soul into pieces and stop you from seeing your children. Oh, yes, they will. Absolutely. You know, VDM, vagina devil magic. Oh, Sam Hyde. Yeah, he sent a copy to. Yeah, he's the creator of Minarchy for sure, and he sent a copy to Sam Hyde. I think Sam Hyde's a genius actually, and he's a hell of a bodybuilder. I think that guy is a beast. He looks like he's 6'6" and just all muscle. I think Sam Hyde. Well, my areas for improvement on Sam Hyde because he's a handsome-looking guy, and his hair, like I think he should get a short haircut, get some square or rectangular glasses, and maybe just a mustache, no beard. He kind of looks homeless sometimes. He's kind of got this dirty homeless look. And then his skin looks kind of greasy sometimes. Sam is popping off right now. Charles and Nick too. Driftspeed says I'm a Russian AI system. This is a hell of a discussion we're having tonight. Thank you. This is fun. You know, Sam Hyde did something pretty miraculous with that fish tank. That's genius. He just copied, you know, Big Brother. Big Brother, my second all-time favorite TV show. Survivor, those first seasons of Survivor, fucking nail-biting. I couldn't believe how much backstabbing people would do just for that money. Wayne, you should tell that to Sam. Well, you can tell it to him. I'm curious about NJP TRS failing apart more than Striker. You're Italian, and I've seen so many Minarchy posts on TG Telegram, or maybe TG is a section at 4. I'm pretty sure, like years ago. Well, isn't Minarchy like Dungeons and Dragons, some board game people play? Maybe you could use artificial intelligence to make your game Minarchy better. I don't know. Maybe you can turn it into a video game. Cloud Sprout. Striker jabbed. Wheelbarrow. Hello, Wheelbarrow. It's a failure. Well, oh, maybe you can create toys like characters, like a wizard with the red outfit and the. I don't know. I don't know what your characters are, but maybe you can turn it in. Like, you know the band called Kiss? Well, Gene Simmons is Jewish, and he's a marketing genius. And they made more money from their dolls than they did their record albums. Like, when I was a kid, I thought Kiss was the coolest band on earth. I was like, 1977, I was 9 years old. All right, Wayne. Paywalls. Paywalls are my kryptonite. Yeah. Oh, I want to tell you about a book philosophy. And I don't know if this works or not. I don't even know if this is true. But a person said a way to sell a book, and this is very gimmicky, they gave away the book for free on PDF. And it's 12 chapters. And so the PDF book had the 10 first chapters, And at the end of the 10th chapter, it says, if you want to know how this book ends, mail $10 and I'll send you the book. So I think you could do that with anything. Just give 90% of it away for free and then ask for money. A Wayne and Sam collab would be hilarious. You know, I don't know enough about him. Do you think? I think he's a funny guy. And, you know, if somebody said they were going to, somebody told me that they did the documentary for Sam Hyde and they wanted to do a documentary on me. And I am open to it. Like maybe now's a good time to do a documentary on me with all this drama. That airsoft fatty guy, a free house. That airsoft fatty got a free house out of his fishbowl appearance. You'd have to lean into being a low cow. Yeah, I think I already do that daily, bro. That like, this is all to keep milking the cows. I suggest that they bring you on to Fish Tank Season 2 since you need a place to stay. They're starting December 18th. Yeah, I've recommended Wayne to contact Sam a few times. He'd help you out with views and something starting. Well, I mean, Sam's got some money. If Sam could pony up $6,500 to make the county happy, I would go on Fish Tank Season 2. Presidential candidate Wayne Lambright on the Fish Tank. Oh, that would be great, right? I could spend all day just drafting. Like, give me paper and pencil. We could be talking. I'd be talking to everybody. So what would you do if you're president? Oh, Wayne, if I was president, I would give away a pound of cocaine to all people. Like, we just don't know what people would say. So it could be a 24-hour a day Wayne Lambright running for president, covert marketing. I could come watch over your property while you're working with Sam. Okay, Charles, that's a deal. Boogie 2988 Daco is making him hot right now. Everyone is making money off it except Boogie. How is Boogie making somebody hot? Is Boogie talking about Sam? Mm-hmm. You know, Sam Giant drives a Porsche GT3. A GT3 is a pretty fucking rip-roaring race car. It's got like a 10,000 red line. Boogie had a documentary released about his life that someone else made. But with Boogie's permission? Like some idiot wanted to do a documentary about me and interviewed a second cousin. And the second cousin didn't know anything about me. Everything he said was basically a total fucking lie. None of it was accurate. Your video quality is higher than usual tonight. It's like Wayne in Ultra HD. Well, it's because we're doing it from my smartphone. Yeah, for real, Wayne. Is some A-class dynamite ready to blow up big? He's running for president, building UFOs, living off grid. It's a triple threat. Oh, well, like, exactly. Like, you know, we got the whole green movement and a carbon footprint and recycling. I'm fucking making my own electricity. But no, we got to shut Wayne down and get him on the grid, motherfucker. He's living off grid, not bothering anybody. No, we got to fuck his life up and make Wayne homeless so he can be a bigger burden on the county of Riverside. Meanwhile, the sheriff, well, we're tired of going to Wayne's house. What are we going to do? The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Like, grow up, Riverside Sheriff Office. I told them to put a trail cam at my home, cellular, so if they want to pop in and see that I'm alive, they could. I told the sheriff, you get the call like, hello, Sheriff, this is Wayne, but not really me. It's the swatter. Yeah, I killed somebody with the gun. Yep, I'm going to kill myself too. Okay, we'll be out and try to save your life. See you in a bit. So when they get that call, we got to have a password. Well, how do I know this is the real Wayne Lambert? Oh, trust me, it's the real Wayne Lambert. Well, I got a question for you because we've set up a password with the real Wayne Lambright. What's the password? Cheese sandwich? Sorry, that's not it. Good night, clown. But the sheriff doesn't want to set up a secret password. Isn't that weird? I've mentioned that to them 4 times. The sheriff is like, here's the sheriff's office. Hey Johnson, what are you doing? I'm fucking out of here in 5 minutes. I put in a hard 8 days. What'd you do today? Oh, I made coffee. Good job, Johnson. Good job. It's good coffee, by the way. Oh, Johnson, you're going home in 4 minutes, or we just got to call the Lambright's house. Want 4 hours of overtime? Hell yeah, boss. High five on that. Who wants to go to Wayne's house? I do. Who wants to get a burrito? Oh, I want a burrito. I want a cheeseburger. All right, everybody, in the van. Let's go. I'm thinking about the Night from the Roxbury. They're like, I got some jams on the tune. Going to Wayne's house, getting a burrito. Overtime. Like literally, we're meeting the next president of the United States. It's just a big party for them. It'd be great if the sheriff's like, Wayne Lambright, Riverside Sheriff's Office. Come out. We got a burrito for you. And a soft drink. If they brought me a burrito each time, that would be great. Because, I'm starving for some Mexican food. Now, they've been super cool to me. Like, for only the first 11 swattings were they pointing guns at me. I think one of the last times they pointed guns at me, I walked out in my underwear. And the lady sheriffs, they're like, you could have put on some pants. I'm like, well, it's summertime. I know they were staring at my cock. Ladies are like, I'm not going to Wayne's house anymore. Come out in his underwear. They're like, Wayne's so friendly. He must have mental illness. Nobody could be this friendly. Well, trust me, it takes work. I'm doing my very best to put on a smile, and I'm making the best of a bad situation. I live here. Like, literally, it's... I can't believe, and I also can't believe my life turned out this way. Like, not in a million years I think I'd be living off-grid, next to being homeless, penniless. I never expected to be making money from doing, having donations from people from the internet. I did have financial success when I used to sell software and I had a image deposit, but that success stopped in like 2012 or so. Then I've been trying to reinvent myself ever since, and then like running for president, it's like I'm a leper. Like I got a growth on my head and my eyes all weird and there's bugs coming out of my skin. Like I can't believe I'm not popular. And it's all because of my saying Israel did 9/11. If I wasn't saying that and I was like a Democrat, I would be quite a contender as a politician. They'd be like, "Hey Wayne, we know you want to be president, and we're on that track too, but just not right now. We want you to run for Congress, or we want you to run for senator. And now you got to love Israel, and you got to think gay people are the best people ever, and you can't get enough immigration. If you can be on board with that, you're in, buddy. You're in." I love immigrants. You know why I love immigrants? Because they love America more than Americans do. My grandma come from Australia, so she was an immigrant. And my great-grandmother, she was born in Melbourne. She was like, we thought the streets were lined with gold. They really thought there were streets lined with gold. And that America was just an infinite opportunity. And I think that's so beautiful to think like anything's possible here. So it's very much like a Disneyland dream, and I think we got to keep that spirit alive. Like America, so what makes America unique is actually our Constitution and freedom of speech. You know, like Britain doesn't have freedom of speech. Nobody has freedom of speech like we do. And if we die, if America dies, the world's going backwards. You know, this Klaus Schwab, his father was a Nazi, and Klaus Schwab is trying to rebirth global fascism. Um, Part of me thinks fascism is interesting. Like, it's socialism, but there's a dictator. So I don't like that part. I want to have elections. Excuse me. Um, I also believe in elder statesmen. Like, part of me doesn't want to get rid of the electoral college. It's tyranny by the elite or it's tyranny by the masses. So what happens is if you get a super charismatic person, they could just lie and tell everybody what they want to hear and get elected and then do some evil shit. Uh, is that even true, Wayne? Is there any examples in history? Like, history is littered with those dudes. So we need some crusty old grandpas to make sure we don't fuck it up. And this is where, like, old elder statesmen come in. We need these wise elders to make sure we don't make youthful mistakes. You know, like this immigration happening right now, illegal immigration and our open borders. Well, you know, we could shut that border if we needed to, but the elders are like, well, we need some fresh blood in here. We need some people who are willing to do the hard work, who are going to shut up and just do shit to help keep America going. And I think a lot of these people are going to end up in the military. And did you know 2/3 of all millionaires are immigrants? Because they don't see the barriers. They're not complainers. They're grateful. So I think one of the most beautiful thing about immigrants is they're grateful to be here. And there's a book, The Millionaire Next Door, and it talks about that. So um, I used to want to get rich. I'm not so interested in that anymore. Like, the cost of money is too great. You'll end up giving up a large portion of your life just pursuing money. Um, it's like it's like a carrot and a stick, but the stick is attached to your back and you're chasing the carrot, but it's always out of reach. So you might be a fool trying to always chase money. Just chase a good living kind of thing. Um, you know, you can easily achieve a solid middle class life if you're humble and you don't have a lot of materialism. Like, literally, I think you can get anything you want from Craigslist free section. And don't buy a new car, get a car 30 years old where 95% of its value, its depreciation has already taken place. I got two Mercedes Benz. Each one costs like $55,000. I got for $1,400 each. One 14 and the other one $1,200. And they're hammers. Oh, Wayne, it's 30 years old. Isn't it going to break? Dude, it didn't break in 30 years. It's going to last another 30 years. It's just a well-engineered car. So if you're willing to wait, everything becomes cheap someday. I'll tell you a car that I want kind of badly. It's a 2018 Mercedes called the CLS 600, and it's a twin-turbo V12 two-door coupe with like the same engine I had in the other S600 I had. It's like 500 horsepower. They make an AMG version with 680 horsepower and I think 800 foot-pounds of torque. Just insane. hmm I think that'd be a neat car. Or the Mercedes GT Black Series. That's a pretty badass car. But then again, part of me thinks I don't need a fast car because I would hurt myself. Like, I'm getting rid of my dirt bike because What you're looking at right here is just a big giant pussy. I'm just so afraid I don't want to break my leg or my arm or die on a dirt bike because there's so much fucking fun. Do you know there's a new dirt bike coming out pretty soon? Electric dirt bikes. All the dirt bike manufacturers have agreed to a common battery. It's a certain size and a certain voltage. So if you bought a Honda, the battery that goes in the Honda would also go in a Kawasaki. So electric dirt bikes are going to be a thing. Not for me. It's too dangerous. Like, I don't want to test. I don't want to break a leg or, I've already got a couple, my back injury and my elbow and this shoulder is not so strong. So, if you want to have a successful old age, it's better if you didn't hurt your body. Like, don't be a runner because that's an impact sport and your joints are like hammer, hammer, hammer. You don't want to be hammering on your joints. You want to try and avoid obesity because you're going to wear out your hips and your knees. You don't want to, yeah, they can do a hip surgery, but do you want one? They're super painful. My grandma had both her hips done and one of her hip joints broke. The titanium rod broke in half. So then she had to have a third hip surgery, and it didn't kill her, but she said it was brutal. She said it was really painful. Like, they cut off the bone and they hammer in that joint. But my grandma, she was tough. She was a tough woman. She was lovable. She loved me. I really could do no wrong. She loved me so much. Her name was Jill. She's such a trooper. It's probably why I'm such a fighter, because of my grandma. My grandma used to sue everybody too. Let me read some comments here. For real, Wayne, is some dynamite oil. Your video quality is higher. Yay, for real. Hey, higher video quality is because of drift speed. Drift speed ponied up like $300 last spring, and that's how I got this nice phone. It's a Motorola 5G Ace, cost $200 at Walmart. Yay, for real, Wayne. Some A-class dynamite ready to blow up big. He's running for president, building UFOs and living off grid. Yeah, I would be a big hit on the fish tank. But what are you going to do about the blacks? Oh, what am I going to do about the blacks? I got a solution for the blacks. Love. I'm going to give the blacks reparations of $400,000. If you are the descendant of slaves, which all of them are, right? How did you get here? So if you have a black baby born tomorrow, that kid's getting 400 grand. I'm going to give all black people $400,000. Maybe it'll even go up to 600,000. I want them to be able to buy a house or start a business. I want them to have a feeling of wealth and privilege. So that's what I'm going to do. They're like, but that's not fair. I didn't get any money. Listen, the blacks are going to spend the money. They're not going to sit on it unless they're Jews. The blacks are going to spend all their money into where? Main Street. So every contractor in town will be building homes for blacks. Blacks are just going to go spend the money into the economy, and it's going to be a huge boom for the economy. And as president, I'm having free college online created by the Ivy League education. So everybody's going to get an Ivy League education via the computer. And they're going to get a degree and they can put it on their wall and they're going to earn it. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard as normal college, but they're going to have a huge sense of pride when they finish. Some will finish college in 3 years or 2 years, and some will take 6 years or 8 years. But we're going to give them a level playing field. And if you're tired of living in the shitty part of the inner slums or wherever, well, then you can have a 3D printed house in the desert with the homeless people. Or you can take that reparation money I'm giving you and buy a house. And I also came up with very controversial. This is my own idea. It's a Africa repatriation program, and we'll pay you $1 million to move to Africa, and you have to give up your American passport. So you're no longer an American citizen, and you can never come back to America, but you can move to Africa. All we like, you hand us your passport, you sign a contract, and then you're on a one-way flight to Africa. What you do in Africa after you get there is up to you. If you don't want to live in Africa and you move to Singapore, you do it. You move to Germany, you do it. Boogie allowed himself to be shown warts and all. Lots of reaction videos made, often in 6 or 7 figure views. Boogie gets lots of criticism, unwarranted advice on his failures. Yeah, I'm surprised Alex Jones hasn't had a Wayne on. Plus the massive horse cock. The Jews through the Stargate idea might interest Hyde. Fuck, I'm interested in it too. You must be a burden upon the society, legally and peacefully. The revolution has begun. Revolutionize yourself to prove yourself worthy of the revolution and its party. I don't have to be revolutionary. I'm peaceful, dude. Okay, so I'm running for president on lazy mode, all right? So I don't need to be a revolutionary or talk any kind of war or anything like that. But maybe explain to me what you think revolutionary is. We should put the blacks on a UFO and let them explore space. Blacks in space! Oh, remember Snakes on a Plane? How about an all Star Trek version of all black people? Beep! Captain, this is Lamont. Yeah, I'm still on the planet. You want to talk to Tyrone? All right, hold on. Captain wants to talk to you, Tyrone. Yo, G, what's up? What's going on? Yeah, we're on the planet. Mm-hmm. No, I haven't found the source of fried chicken yet. Why do you ask? Blacks in space. Literally, let's make this movie. Black Star Trek? You know this is funny. I think Black Star Trek, that's a must. I was out smoking a cig when Wayne came up with the stellar plan to send the Jews to the moon. I was cracking up. You have sympathy for demons. If we send the Jews to the moon, they just develop a moon-based currency and start selling moon real estate. Yeah. Tactics are in the mesh like a drone swarm. The public seems to like it when you're not self-aware, sincere. That's the when you're not self-aware, sincere. That's the definition of laugh out loud cow to someone who's deluded but isn't self-aware. Yeah. Even if I tell people I'm trolling them, they're like, he's not. How can he be so dumb? I think that if you didn't discover 4chan, your life would have been very different. Yeah, that's right. You could be saying that to all of us. Yeah, but Wayne's life would be very, very different, I think. Justin Fleming, that's the deal, trade, the purity of your soul for the higher knowledge. I think Wayne is extremely naive, too trusting when it comes to Pole. Yeah, well, Australia has no Bill of Rights. Yeah, Pole is the snake in the Garden of Judah. I was surprised to find out that Davos, where Schwab lives, has over 50% Jewish local population in Switzerland. They call them mountain Jews. Fascism seems inevitable either from the left or the right. They're trying to push through the multicultural joined with corporatism and big government working together. We're just not bonding together, though, just balkanizing. Every government is fascist. Some just divide total power among the many and call it democracy. Mr. Anon, 73, 100-year-old politician paradigms are a red herring. The globalists are making something new. Fascism, communism, it's all a distraction. And Jews in Ukraine, less than 0.5% of the population, yet 70% of the current government. It's pretty obvious what's going on with the 500,000 Christians dead so far. And don't sell your gas cars. All gas cars will spike in price in 10 to 20 years when the Biden electric laws go into effect. Totally. Wayne, you are interested in 200,000, 20,000 amp power banks so you can stream your phone without using your house battery. Yeah, of course I am, Charles. Making alcohol fuel from refining sugar like a still. Intriguing. Yeah, pay back the blacks. I identify as black now. Well, I also have reparations for Jews and American Indians and Irish. So, and somebody said, "What about the Italians?" I'm like, "Nope, not helping the Italians." Just kidding. Uh, Legalize methanol cigarettes. Methanol. Isaac Newport, black inventor of gravity. I read 80% of Yale graduates are in A range. When everyone gets an A, no one gets an A. Wait, you turn Chuck. He's going down the list. The problem with that though is that where you draw the line. What about people that are 80% black or 60%? Well, maybe they only get 60% of the reparations. We'll have to talk about it. You'll basically be giving everyone free money. Yeah, doesn't that piss you off? It should. Africa don't see, the more whites are pissed off, the happier the blacks will be. Don't you get it? It's a trick. We're tricking the blacks with free money because we know they won't keep it, and then they're going to give the money to white people. Don't you get it? Singapore sure doesn't want them. Obama's ancestors were slave owners, not slaves, so he'd get 400 grand. Yeah, he would get 400 grand. Cheers, the algorithm. There's already an all-black Star Trek. It's called, yeah, okay. I see that there. I will volunteer to be Wayne's Africa descent detector, and I can detect African genes by eyesight with up to 1/64% African DNA. Oh, this is comedy. Blacks on a rocket to the sun, baby. Come fly with me. 800 XP. Mulattoes used to have their own defined community, businesses, civic representation, separate from blacks, whites, in the USA. Hey, Wayne, hope things are going okay. Thanks, Blimdy. And, those dead Christian comments didn't show in the chat. I saw it, 500,000. I saw it there. I saw it. Wayne is speed running the chat based. Speed running the chat. I tried, friends. I mean, I think I just did a good job. Look, we're nearly 6 hours. I'm going to keep going. Yeah. Nah, they were shadow banned. And I didn't see it either, Wayne. Oh, really? Interesting. Fucking Jews. One reason I became a Jew is so I can criticize Jews. It's fucking, there isn't a, if you want to criticize the Jews, become a Jew. You get free reign to criticize Jews. It's fucking glorious. If I'd known it would be this fun, I would have done it earlier. The other black movie comment I didn't see either. I mail you the 200 milliamp battery for phone streaming. You just plug the phone in the USB. Yes, certainly words will be auto-filtered. If you watch on two screens, you can see if your comments get posted. Get on Luke Ford. Who's Luke Ford? You know what I should do to troll the laugh out loud crowd? I should shave my mustache. And it's not geometric. Like, it's a little tilted. Like, here, I let the hair grow here, but not here. Then I'm like, they're like, Wayne, your mustache is crooked. I'm like, no, it's fine. It's cool. Don't you think I'd see if I shaved it wrong? They'd be like, it's obvious, Wayne. It's all lopsided. I'm like, no, it's not. Send you. Oh, yeah, that does help, Blimdy. Thank you. Converted to converted to be an Orthodox Jew after being a porn journalist in LA, has a live stream hardly anyone watches now. You used to be a porno journalist in Los Angeles, and he has a live stream and hardly anyone watches? Yeah, YouTube auto-filters most curse words, and if you mention too many different websites, you get filtered too. Probably automated bot. Interesting. Luke Ford. Who is Luke Ford? Is that like Harrison Ford's son? Just kidding. All right, I'm going to write down Luke Ford. Luke Ford. And maybe I'm going to start broadcasting on the phone because the quality's so much better and you guys like the high definition. I used to work in a sex shop, sleazy, especially the viewing rooms. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the strip clubs in San Francisco. When I used to have a bunch of money, I used to go to the strip clubs all the time. I was such a cheap dude. I would hardly ever pay for lap dances, but I would usually just, give them like 20 or 30 bucks when they're at the pole. Throw the $1 bills out there. Strippers, it kind of got, well, when I was going to the strip clubs in San Francisco, something happened. So through the news, I had learned that 2/3 of strippers were raped before the age of 18. I'm like, oh, how sad that they became sex workers because they got raped when they were younger. So it kind of ruined it for me. Did you shop, accept returns on used sex toys? Charles knows. Charles has got the best questions. We had women's shoes made for men's feet. Yeah. How dare you? They're trans men, bro. Laugh out loud. In the Tenderloin? No. North Beach. One place called, I can't even remember. It's like the Eagle or something. The Condor. The Condor is the very first strip club in America. And they had a legal thing, and they were able to prove to the court that what they were doing was art, and that by shutting down the strip club, that wasn't fair to women because it's art. Something like that. Not tripping the strippers is a Chad move. It's a Chad my. Listen, I only had so much money. I would give 30 bucks. So I had my budget. Respect it, ladies. And there's no sex in the champagne room. No sex in the champagne room. No sex in the champagne room. Let me get the champagne room lyrics. God, that's a funny song. And no matter what they say, there is no sex in the champagne room. No sex in lyrics. Chris Rock is pure genius, right? Good evening, class of 1999. I have one piece of advice for you. No matter what a stripper tells you, there is no sex in the champagne room. Oh, there's champagne in the champagne room, but you don't want champagne. You want sex in the champagne room. Don't go to parties with a metal detector Sure, it feels safe inside, but what about all those motherfuckers walking outside with guns? They know you ain't got one. If a woman says she's 20 and she looks 16, she's 12. If she tells you she's 26 and looks 26, damn near 40. Take off. That silly ass ODB couldn't have promised, committed all those crimes. Coolio did some of that shit. Young black man, if you go to the movie theater and someone steps on your foot, let it slide. Why spend the next 20 years in jail because someone smudged your Puma? Cornbread ain't nothing wrong with that, no matter what you think of what I'm saying. Remember this one thing: there's no sex in the champagne room. Oh, no sex in the champagne room. Oh, no sex in the champagne room. 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 Absolutely, positively, no sex in the champagne room. Absolutely, positively, no sex in the champagne room. If a homeless person has a funny side, he hasn't been homeless for that long. A real homeless person is too hungry to be funny. If a girl has a pierced tongue, she'll probably suck your dick. If a guy has a pierced tongue, he'll probably suck your dick. Here's a horoscope for everyone. Aquarius, you're gonna die. Capricorn, you're gonna die. Gemini, you're gonna die twice. Leo, you're gonna die. Scorpio, you're gonna fucking die. No one's going to Hooters for wings. You've been dating a man for 4 months and you haven't met any of his friends. You're not his girlfriend. Some of the things I've said may not apply to some of the things I may have said may offend you. No matter who you are, you must remember the one thing: no matter what a stripper says, there is no sex in the champagne room. None. There is no sex in the champagne room. There's 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 no sex in the champagne room. And ain't got none, can't have none, nah, in the champagne room. There's absolutely positively no sex in the champagne room. Nana say no, oh, ain't no sex in the champagne room. Nana say nah. I've never karaoke'd that. Chris Rock, what a genius, right? No returns on sex toys. Interesting, though. The world's biggest perverts were World War II Axis powers. Oh, yeah, totally. If stripper wants a tip, I got a tiny one for them. The biggest perverts were the people setting up the transgender clinic in Berlin, which led to the creation of Axis powers against them. We was edgy in the sex shop then, is mainstream now. What is shocking now? Anything? What? Hirschfield Clinic, same as how Drag Queen Story Hour was created by Radar Productions and bankrolled by the Haas and the Zellerbach Foundation, all of which are Jewish, then worldwide, despite disgust. Jewish Power, Indian Taxi Driver, all love German peeing films, Life is Weird. Are you drinking tonight, Wayne? No. If so, what? I'm high on coffee. Muslims loved... That's such a weird one. Mr. Anon is not in a... Anyways, Muslims love do-it-yourself jerk-off device. Rich people love leather and getting whipped. Indians shamelessly and very cheap. Did human DNA repeatedly found in McDonald's burger meat ever get explained? Yeah, that's concerning, right? Let it slide is good advice. Let it slide. Every ethnic group on Earth wanted to see their women get drilled by BBC. Have to be resurrected to die twice. Damn Scorpio fucking got me. Gemini is a twin. Die twice. Jews prefer kids. Don't know if your shop sold them. One day is coming, Wayne. Well, our day is coming, Wayne Lambright. Cloudspout Revolution. And well, we got 20 people here. This is a marathon. We're almost at 6 hours. My mustache is a little higher here. I think I'm purposely going to grow it a little higher. Yeah. Missed message is held for review. Oh, there we go. None of the Weimar Republic comments came through either. Funny that. You're hearing some banned comments right there. Oh, cool. That's a lot of work to do all this reading. Well, you guys mean a lot to me. So, look at me. I live 60 miles from the nearest town to get food. And here we are broadcasting live on the internet. If you told me when I was 20 years old this would be possible, I would have been like, I don't believe it. Like, I didn't believe smartphones were going to happen. Wayne, remind your viewers to leave your old stream running tonight to boost the hours. Good idea, Charles. So when this video is over, if you could restart the video and just put it on mute and play all night long, those extra hours will really boost my... I'm trying to get 3,000 hours on YouTube. So that's why that's why I started this. Like, this has been a blast of a night. I'm having a great time. Yeah. I think I'll go another hour maybe. So I got 7 hours in the can. Getting film in the can is a movie term. Like, you got to produce something today, so take some film out of the can, put it in the camera, and shoot some film so we can have some dailies to watch. When they make movies, they watch how the actors are doing. They're like, so-and-so's makeup was off, or so-and-so got it wrong, or have so-and-so do this. Thank you, Will. Sure thing, no problem. I will leave a few tabs running. This is a good video to watch, Time Max. I throw it on 2 laptops, a phone, and a PC tomorrow. Oh, good. Thank you, Drift Speed. Like, literally, we might crack. This way, Wayne, can get you super chats. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody made a comment yesterday. They're kicking Wayne out. Don't they know Wayne's a minor celebrity? I didn't say anything about that. Like, my life, all of our life is in God's hands. And to me, I love faith. I'd rather believe God exists than try to prove he doesn't. Because now that I accept God, and I've always accepted God, I can just go about my life. When I was a young kid, I used to worry, it's so stupid to say this, but I used to worry about a boogeyman under the bed. And I must have been like 1976 or 77. So I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. And I told my mom, I'm like, I'm so afraid there's a boogeyman under my bed. And she's like, well, just say a Hail Mary. I'm like, really? That'll protect me? She goes, oh, absolutely. Oh, Hail Mary, full of grace. I forget how Hail Mary goes right now. But I would say Hail Marys, I'm like sleeping like a baby. Last sex shop observation, lesbians aren't visually stimulated at all, never bought films. Men, 1,000% are. Lots of straight family men buy gay stuff too. Lots of police and defense force IDs too. December 5th, 2023. What's that? Oh, we're in December 5th now. Wayne, as an art project, you should decorate your background for your streams. Back here? Well, I was going to call this the Wayne Show. And I was going to buy the word, big letters like this from Hobby Lobby. They're made of paper mache. They're like $6 each. And then I was going to put LED, these LED lights that are from Walmart. I was going to put these on the back and then hang it a little bit away from the wall. Like this is the wall and they would be this far. So the light would shine on the wall and then my name would be silhouetted, The Wayne Show. So Wayne, as an art project, you should decorate your background for your stream. Well, Drift Speed, you're right about this. And I think what I'll, in the next few weeks, I'll put my artwork up here that I'm selling. So my mattress, my air mattress, I got 2 air mattresses right now. One doesn't hold air, and I got 90 days to return it. So December 18th, I got to get back to town by the 18th and exchange it. So next time I go to town, I'm probably going to buy some more of these little canvases. And depending on how quickly I can do these paintings, maybe I'll drop the price and make them like 80 bucks. Yeah. And so I want to make my, some of my art affordable for people. And yeah. Yeah. And I actually like painting. It's pretty relaxing. Yeah. December 7th is Pearl Harbor anniversary. And, they kind of knew Pearl Harbor was going to happen. It's so tragic. You should just paint a Pepe and then sell it for... Yeah, I'm going to be painting Pepes. I'm going to do the smoker, like the smoker from the X-Files. I like that Pepe. I'm going to do the Pepe, the country singer Pepe. And I'm going to do the rock star singer who's crying his eyes out. I'm going to do the Pepe, the jazz player Pepe. Yeah, Pearl Harbor, well, a false flag is when you attack yourself. So we didn't attack ourselves. We had forward knowledge of Japan attacking us. And we had done a oil embargo on Japan for 6 months over by Malaysia where they were getting their gas. A big desert landscape Pepe. Yeah, you should paint a picture of Moot too. Okay, that's a good idea. Let me write that down. Moot art, and then you said desert Pepe. I think I'll get Pepe riding the horse on a stick with the desert background. It was only 2 small planes, right, that crashed into the harbor? Oh no, I think like 60 or 100 airplanes attacked Pearl Harbor. And I think 3,000 men lost their life. And they sank the Arizona, and they destroyed like 100 airplanes. They shot up a bunch of airplanes, and all those airplanes were destroyed. And we shot down maybe 6 of their Zeros. Yeah, it's the whole thing, just war itself is just barbaric. There's a really good torpedoes, or a really good submarine story. And I think the actor is Humphrey Bogart. No. He's a handsome look. Oh, it's a handsome looking dude who I think turned out to be gay. Rock Hudson. I think Rock Hudson plays a military officer, and he's like the ship is coming at him, and they're like the submarine, instead of hitting it broadside, it hits it head on. And anyways, they do this drill for a head-on shooting of these Japanese ships, and this one one commander sank like all these famous Japanese ships. What about that? Oh, Das Boat, fucking edge of your seat suspense. Beep, bing. You know, the pinging and the silence. And ping, ping, ping. It's riveting. And what a horrible death to be. Imagine being sunk in a submarine. The lights go black and then a rush of cold water and then you choke to death. Fucking brutal. Yeah, I think they found that midget submarine, didn't they, Charles, someplace? So, everybody was, even, both sides of the war, the Axis and the Allies. Sadly, everybody's a hero on both sides. I really don't think we should ever fight war again, because it's a Christians fighting Christians. And why would you fight your brothers and sisters? It makes no sense. And only the bankers win. Like literally, we're all just serfs. We're all just peasants living on this land trying to get along, and it's the rich people for their lack of entertainment who start these wars. So, if the meek are going to inherit the earth, we got to find a way to do it. And I'm trying to provide that solution. Like my anti-gravity. Aren't you afraid that the oil companies are going to kill you, Wayne? No, I got a plan for this. So the oil companies would only want to kill me if I destabilize their income. So what if I give the oil company 90% of my income? What if I make a partnership? I'm like, we're just going to transfer your money from anti-gravity. And out of the piece of the pie, I own the whole thing right now. Well, what if I just give them 90% of all my money? Do you realize that I did the math. Anti-gravity disrupts a 16 trillion marketplace. So basically, my company could provide $16 trillion in sales every year. That would make my company worth 160 trillion at 10x. That's a lot of money. I don't need all that money. I just want the technology. I want a Stargate. I believe that there's Earths that have, mountains and streams just like we have here, but there's no people living on it. There might be birds, and if there isn't, we can bring birds. So I want to live, I think utopia is an Earth-like planet where you live in a style that you want to live in. Like, maybe some people's vision of utopia is a big city with flying cars and everybody living in harmony amongst each other, where other people's utopia is a cabin with snow for 3 months out of the year. Like, I'm sure there's so many worlds in our galaxy where we could cherry pick where we want to live. We don't have to fight. And like, if the Jews want to have their own planet with slaves, let them move to a planet and grow a group of people that can be slaves. If the Jews want to make a pedophile planet where a bunch of slaves grow babies where they can have sex with the babies, then drink their blood, let them do it. Imagine the Jews. Abraham, you're moving? Oh yeah, what's going on? You didn't hear? No, I didn't hear. What's going on? Well, President Lambright's Stargate. Well, the Jews created a new planet for pedophiles. Well, you don't say. Tell me more. Well, here's a brochure. Holy shit. How much does it cost? Actually, it's free. They want to get rid of the pedophiles, so they're putting them on their own planet. God damn it. You're not pulling my leg again, are you? Why would I pull your leg about something so awesome? Where do I sign up? I'm going there right now. Let's go together, buddy. Right through the Stargate, never coming back. What would be the name of their planet? Oh, okay. Like, I don't know. Like, Moloch's blessings? Moloch? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good, a creative name. The new call it New Israel, something like that. Doesn't God want us to be happy? I think He does. Um, I'm really having a great time tonight. We're going to go for another hour at least. Charles, Wayne, a midget submarine couldn't be too hard to build. Well, Charles, I had an idea today. Let me do a quick drawing on the submarine. So imagine there's this is like a cylinder with a flange with bolt holes, and there's a flange on both sides with bolt holes, and then many of these together would make a submarine. And we could have like a big O-ring in here. So, like, if we just make the submarine parts, then the drug cartels could buy our sectionals, and then 10 sections makes a mini sub, but 20 section makes a longer sub. And so you could have all these independent contractors around the world making these sectionals, and you could just say, oh no, it's not for a submarine, this is for a water pipe, because it would look like water pipe. It's a very big water pipe. And so that you got to make a size that also transports easy and it's not too hard for cranes to lift up. And then so that starts out as a piece of metal that's bent and welded, and then it's one piece except for the seam weld. And then so yeah, make a midget submarine out of components and bolt it together. That might be a way. Or you bolt it together, then you weld it on the inside, and then weld it on the outside, so it's never coming apart. Welding is easy to do. It's all the fabrication. Like literally, we should just legalize cocaine. I've never done cocaine. I'm sure it's great, right? I love coffee. um, and it's such a tragedy that well, people die trying to get that product to market, right? I mean, look at Donald Trump Jr. Well, he probably does that stuff, and he hasn't fallen off the deep end of life, has he? I actually think he's pretty funny sometimes. Yeah, Donald Trump Jr. It's got some comedy. Oh, when I'm president, I'm going to do live broadcasts like this as often as possible. Imagine what television would be like. Like Joe Biden and Jill were setting up the Christmas tree the other night. Wouldn't it be funny if they just, hey, let's live stream it? Joe Biden's like, Jill, you bitch, give me the Christmas lights. Fuck you, Biden, get them yourself, you old fart. Oh, you stupid cunt. Give me that box of Christmas lights right now, or I'm gonna beat your ass. Like, just imagine what the dialogue is going on at the White House. Wayne, a midget submarine couldn't be too hard to build. Nice, more Wayne. These long for the streams are nice. Revolutionary War submarine. Yeah, I remember that. It looks like a wine. Good one, Drift Speed. Yeah, the turtle. Looked like that, kind of. Pretty scary, actually. But Charles, what are we going to do with a submarine? And I got to tell you, man, the ocean kind of scares me. Like these people who sail across the ocean long ago and today, you got balls of steel. Like you can only tread water for so long. So like one mistake and your boat sinks. Like you could, there's floating shipping containers that are unicorns. They fall off the ship in a storm and there's shipping containers. And some ships run into shipping containers that are half submerged and their sailboat sinks. And, well, like anti-gravity, it changes the whole world because it says we know what gravity is. And I have every reason to believe that a Stargate exists past 1,000,000 volts. Somehow it rips an ass in space time, and on the other side is another dimension. I don't know, but I don't know where it goes. But I bet you somebody does. And our government most likely has been in contact with aliens who have told us all those secrets. This December 10th, it'll be 2 years that a former U.S. Naval Intelligence officer who spent years in Vietnam and then like the last 10 years, he worked at Area 51 and he released the weather balloon every day. And he was the only human to have contact with the aliens that live at Area 52 and 53. At Area 52, there's one alien race that looks like humans, and Area like 53 is a gray alien race that lives at Area 53. And when he would release the balloons, the human-looking like aliens the mothers would come over with their children, and the kids would watch him release the balloon. And he shared like Coca-Cola with the kids, and so we're in contact with aliens. New Space Force logo inverted is Baphomet. It's clear as day. Yeah, the weather shack. Yeah, you know about that, Drift Speed. Right on, dude. Rent them to people in hurricane areas so they can ride out the storm safely underwater. Well, you know what, Charles? Maybe hurricane shelters, maybe we just sell people. Well, the cheapest hurricane shelter is a shipping container on a slab of concrete bolted, right? Nothing's going to go through the shipping container. It's hard steel. A 2x4. I don't think a 2x4 flying it in the air is going to pierce. Oh, I could be on the verge of a tooth infection. Like I had a root canal once where my root got infected. Oh my God, I had a splitting headache and I was dizzy. If this happens, I might have to go to the hospital with the emergency people. Like I wouldn't be able to drive. Then they give you antibiotics, and I'm gonna have to have an emergency root canal. Let's hope not. Let's hope I can buy myself more time. I'm not touching the tooth. It's back here on my left side, lower. Ooh. We just got a dream. Like my whole campaign is about. It's not about. It's just about what is the dream presidential campaign look like? What is the dream campaign prompt? Like if we can write down as much stuff as possible that gets fixed. No more wars. Bring home the troops. No more homelessness. Help all the veterans. Right the wrongs of the past. We should be using artificial intelligence to make the best government possible. If we have the ability to leave the Earth with anti-gravity technology, let's get the fuck out of here. Wayne, who's going to make all the shit? Well, we'll have robots building robots. I think that's how the world looks. Eventually, we're going to have robots driving trucks and mines getting ore, and the robots do all the work. Like, it's all possible. Well, who's going to make all this? Actually, artificial intelligence will make it for us. Swilling mouthwash a couple times a day will buy you some time. I don't have any mouthwash. Like rubbing. What about peroxide? Would that help? Mm. Oh, mm. I think we should forgive Israel for doing 9/11 and say, well, you weren't thinking correctly. And I think that's the only way to have positive relations with Israel. Yeah, I saw that vitamin K2 and D3 recently. Um, dilute to less than 1% will help, but the trade off is the abrasion taught over enamel. Hmm. Life comes at you hard sometimes. Um, yeah, I know we can make the world a better place. We just need people who just are basically well, self-actualized, and they're not driven by profits. They want to just help people, humanitarians. I'm surprised Elon Musk doesn't want to build housing. Like, his car company is interesting. People need cars. We need rockets for outer space. The tunnel boring machine, he hates traffic. Well, I'm sure he hates homelessness too. So maybe he could convince somebody that the government will buy these homes. If if a 3D printed concrete home costs 6,000, he sells it to the government for 8,000, makes a $2,000 profit, and the government donates the land. And Elon Musk builds a bunch of 3D printed concrete machines and just starts printing concrete homes. Bill Gates could do the same thing. And then once other billionaires start seeing Elon Musk helping society, they'll be like, "I'll do that too." Like, you could do it. They could go to Africa and just build millions and millions of 3D printed concrete homes. And maybe a mixture of hemp and concrete, so it's less rock, but there's we have ways to help people. If only we invested as much energy as we do the military in homelessness. And also our veterans, like our veterans have been, they've been through a horrible thing. They've done horrible things in the military, and they got PTSD, and they need help. They gave us the best years of their life, and we should reward them with, with whatever good life they could have left. So I think some good things are going to happen. Like, mostly, also artificial intelligence is going to tell us things we didn't know we needed to hear. So I think the AI machine is going to someday just spit out some reports and say, I've been doing some analysis and we can do things better. And people will be like, oh, we never looked at it this way. And then, it might be like, artificial intelligence will probably come up with a report. Well, I've crunched the numbers, And every city in America can save 90% on homelessness by building them a 3D printed concrete home. And then maybe Elon Musk is like, we'll dig tunnels in the earth and we'll put the homes in tunnels and they'll be safe. Like maybe that's the solution, is by going down, by building a inverted skyscraper in the earth. We just go down, tunnels, down, tunnels, down, tunnels. Go up to the surface anytime you want, but you can make it look like a city downstairs. And also, you got to give people, some people, like a lot of people are creative, they just don't have a purpose in life. So once they find their purpose in life, they'll be willing to work a lot at it. Like if you're an artist, well then you become an art teacher. If you're a machinist, then you build machines, you build things. You're a welder. There's a job for everybody. I believe there is. Serpico. There's a story in 1965 called Serpico. It's not the Al Pacino movie. Planet Serpico. And so this is controversial, but we met with aliens, and 10 or 12 people in the military went to live on their planet for like 7 years, 7 or 8 years. And the planet's called Serpico. And the aliens, they're like gray aliens. They have babies. Most people have 2 children. There's no money, and everybody has a job. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think they live underground, some of them, but they did a lot of biological engineering, and it's on the Y-Files. So it's 60 degrees in here, or 60 outside, but it's 72 degrees inside. That's pretty nice, right? I'm a little anxious about tomorrow with the ladies. I think my friend Chick, like I have to detach myself from my material possessions. Um, like I think I'll be able to sell the motorcycles and sell the pinball machine. Maybe end up giving away the canoe. Does anybody here want a canoe for free? You're welcome to have it. And yeah, it'd be great if we could do a GoFundMe and we raise money to get a building permit. My friend Chick, he has the money. He has the ability to raise me like $7,000 to get a building permit. But how do I motivate him? Like he'd rather have me living with him so he could torture me. Um, I don't want to live in his house and be his houseboy. Um, and I kind of don't want to live in the Bay Area. San Francisco's so fucking cold. It's too cold for me. Chick also doesn't like me running for president. He thinks it's stupid. But I think he's stupid I think Chick should be my vice president. 2 Jews running for president? This would be so fucking comical. And we could both be like, we're in it to lose. Um, there's a movie called The Producer, or no, I think the movie's called The Producers. I'm not sure. But in the movie The Producers, there are 2 Jewish playwrights And for some reason, they want to run a scam. So they create a play called Springtime for Hitler. And they're expecting it to fail, but it turns out to be a huge, raging success. So, like, Chick doesn't believe in aliens or any of that stuff. But I wish I could convince him, like, bro, just shut up and come along for the ride and we'll have some fun. People will think you're funny. And he's my biggest, one of my biggest supporters. He loves nearly everything I do except for the running for president. Maybe I could convince him again. For a while I tried to get him to be my campaign manager and he wasn't up for that. But if I got him to be vice president, I could say 2 years into my presidency, I'll step down and you can go in and be president. His thirst for power might overtake his logic. He's an architect by trade, but never worked as an architect. But he knows how to build things. He's really smart. He is. And he's got a way to figure everything out. Like, if he doesn't know the answer, he'll figure out how to do it. He's really smart this way. Everybody would be lucky to have a friend like Chick in their life. He's... Uh-oh. The beep. Well, let's start doing some light management. We're getting the electronic beep, so what time is it? 8 o'clock probably. 9 o'clock almost. We'll try to go another half hour to 7 and then call it quits. And the phone is charged, and if the power goes out, we'll just use my light stick. And I also have, let me get this thing ready. Oh! This is a light. I'm going to be back. I'm going to take a bathroom break. Oh, they look good. Those are my beans. This is my favorite impact device. And Ryobi has these batteries that fit in like 200 to 300 things. Wow. What a marathon day, right? Surprised there's no thread on me. Yeah, just as well. I wonder if this will power. Nah, we'll leave this off. I haven't had from you guys for a while is, Wayne, do you have a USB cable for your phone? Yeah, it's on one. Well, I have two, and only one works. Look at my pot that I make water on from the stove, the fire. I'll put that over here. I was thinking about auctioning off some of my stuff, like my cowboy hat, for money. I'll DM you and ship you a battery pack. Thanks. My hat's a little wrecked. I'll reshape it later, but I thought maybe I could run an auction and earn some money. If anybody wanted something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I've got two things I want to preserve really bad. One are my photographs from my digital photo days, which are on, I got a Windows machine, I got some hard drives. That and my tools, those are the most important things to me. I got a lot of clothing, but it's not like anything fancy clothing. Like in a way, like less is more. Not having a lot of things is kind of nice. Also, I'm very grateful just for what I have. And there's a monk. There's a guy on TED Talks, and he's some kind of monk. He wears the brown outfit, the brown robe, makes beer probably. But he said he did a research into the secrets to happiness, and he talked to rich people, and they were sad. And he talked to poor people who should be sad, but were happy. And he's like, what's going on? And he discovered that the poor people were always grateful for everything they had. And so the secret to happiness is just being grateful for whatever you have. Just be grateful. Because there's so many other people who have such less. So enjoy your company, Algorithm. Thank you. Yeah, like I've never done a stream this long. I'm gonna big kudos to Ethan Ralph. I don't know why Ethan Ralph gets so much shit. He actually works. Ethan Ralph is kind of like a new Rush Limbaugh. Do you know Ethan Ralph has a college degree in political science? That's really impressive. And he's he's the James Brown of online streaming. He's the hardest working man in streaming. He puts together, he has lots of really good guests, and he works at it, and he plans things in advance. He does promotion. He takes days off, and he shares what he's doing in real life. So he shared his dinner photo, and I think he's a really fun guy. Your lawyer represented Rush Limbaugh's grandson. Right on. That's awesome. Yeah, I listened to Rush Limbaugh just a few times. Like I've probably only heard 100 minutes of his stuff. I thought his voice was really good. I think radio annoys me with all their advertising. The Mattress Discount Center. Wouldn't it be funny if we have contact with aliens and then we go to the alien world and they've got mattress discount center? Oh no! We got the. When I was a kid growing up in Southern California, there was a car salesman called Cal Worthington. Oh my God, Cal Worthington used to have TV commercials all the time. That guy must have been making buku money. Oh, I haven't had this idea for a while, but there should be a channel called like 1985 and 1986 and 1987. And the only thing on those channels are programming from television for that specific year. Yeah, thanks for the stream, Wayne. I definitely enjoyed your long stream today. Thank you, ZZ. Yeah, it means a lot to me. I mean, emotionally, it's like been a fucking roller coaster, all this drama from the county. I always knew some troll could turn me in and I would be in some kind of trouble that would be difficult. Um, I made very sure not to make this building any wider or longer than 10 by 12. Um, like the inside dimension is 9 something and 11 something. So it's going to work out somehow. Are those ladies from the outreach center coming? Yeah, they are coming tomorrow. Hi, ASF. Yeah, and I kind of seem to be waking up at 6 or 7 in the morning. I don't expect them to be out here till 10 or 11. And they also told me that they were pretty sure it'd be Tuesday, but it could be Wednesday. So we don't know. I'm going to wake up and try to organize some of this drama around here as much as possible. My pillow? What's that mean, my pillow? Like, why does that My Pillow guy support Donald Trump so much? Was he hoping Donald Trump was going to make him vice president? What was going on with that guy? And literally, why did they choose Mike Pence? He just seems like such a fuddy-dud. Did you ever wonder, like, why did they choose Mike Pence? It just seems such a, like an odd match. There's a cricket on the wall. He's crawling down. Mike Pence seems like he has a mental disability. Yeah, well, we just don't really know. We don't know much about him. He's like a big zero. He's so quiet. You know, like, I remember Al Gore? Like, he disappeared from humanity after it was all over. Like, he should have a radio show. Like, why doesn't Obama have a radio show, or Michelle Obama? People, you know, they're very loved by the citizens. I bought my Boomer, the My Pillow 100% cotton Gaza bed sheets for Christmas. Yeah, good. Mike Pence is out of everything. His political career is over. Yeah, you know, he was running for president in 2024 and he already gave up. He's like, sacked away some money from my lobbyists. The lobbyists are like, listen, Pence, you need to run for 2024. Why? So we can put money in your pocket. Oh, okay, guys, thanks. And, all right, tapping out, got enough money. Yeah. So if you don't know how the money works, I'm allowed to pay myself a salary not to exceed what the office I seek. So the office I'm seeking, the president, pays $410,000 a year. So if I raise $4 million, we just leave it in the bank and I can pay myself 10 years of salary. So it's like a way of bribing people. Obama did a podcast with Bruce Springsteen a year ago or two. I mean, Obama should have a daily radio show. Or 5 days a week. Like, doesn't he love us? it would be great for Obama to go on there and be like, "Oh, I sure love Joe Biden. He's doing such a swell job." Obama hates Biden, by the way. That's what I hear. Um, and then he could be throwing mud at Donald Trump if he wanted. I love my idea of a new version of the View called Jewish Grandma. God, that would be hilarious. My friend Chick loves a food show called Mr. Roger. And Mr. Roger is a Chinese guy who's racist. And he's making all kinds of racist jokes. And my friend Chick loves cooking. And I said, well, you should start your own cooking show. And he wants to call it like my Jewish uncle, the chef, something like that. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. I'm trying to find Chick a hobby where his ego can be flexed on the internet and he can earn some money and have, you guys are my friends, even though we haven't met in person. It feels like a friendship, and you bring me joy. You guys are like always here for me when I'm having a bad day or something. You're here to celebrate. You celebrate the good times with me, and you've been here for some of the bad times. I've had a hell of a last 3 years. Being evicted was the worst. But it could always be worse, Like literally, instead of being evicted, my house could have burned down from fire. I still would have had to move. Wayne, do you realize you have more supporters than haters? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so, Charles. A lot of people say they love me over at 4chan. People start giving me shit. They're like, "You don't know who Wayne is. Wayne's great. Wayne's awesome." So that really makes me feel good that I get backup in the chans. And I get a lot of like fatherly feelings. Like there's younger men who don't know things, and I share things with them, and they feel good. Like Charles. Like today, I was sharing with you the K&N air filter for your Toyota. Now, I'm not sure if you gave a shit, but it made me feel good. Trying to turn you on and help you out with something. By the way, people, if you have a car, there's a filter company for high performance filters called K&N, and they have a cotton filter with oil on it for race cars, and it has a lot more airflow, and it'll give you like 1 or 2 more miles per gallon. You got to clean them a little bit more frequently. Like a paper filter might last 10,000 miles, where this one probably 5,000 miles. But you can clean them. When they get dirty, you just wash it with gasoline and spray some oil on it, special oil, pop it back in, ready to go. And if you might want to buy two, so when one's in the car, the other one is in the process of being cleaned, and then you clean it, and so it's ready for a quick exchange. So there's no downtime. For 2 more miles per gallon, it's worth the money. They're about $50. Do you have one for your Mercedes, Wayne? Well, no, not at the moment. I used to have one in my Porsche. Um, mhm. The thing beeps for about. Now we turned off most energy zappers. It can beep for 2 hours. And since it's 59 degrees outside, the refrigerator probably isn't going to pop on. Yeah. I think my batteries are kaputs. When I went to town the other day, I was so out of my mind. I was so sad. Like I forgot to take out some trash. I was going to try to exchange a couple batteries. I forgot to do that. I forgot to get onions. We only got 10 more minutes. I'm gonna turn this off at 7 hours, but I want to clock 7 hours just because I've never done it. And maybe we'll try to do more of these long distance streams. Hmm. I sure hope these ladies can get me a place to live. I was at the supermarket and saw a mouse run across the aisle. Yeah, yeah. This was such a good stream today. Thank you, Drift Speed. Drift Speed has been a huge supporter of my channel. 300 and some dollars last spring and just $200 recently. Huge difference, man. Thank you so much. And I think you gave me $100 in August or so. Um, that's real. That's real good work, man. Thank you so much. Made a huge difference. And I promise to get my life in order. You know, at least after this election season. If I'm not president, I will be having a job, a traditional job. I'll be doing something for money. I don't know what it is, but I will. Drispeed MVP, yeah. The imperialist United States federal government supports corrupting the souls of the youth. To allow this corruption of morals to continue one more day is unacceptable. You must revolutionize. Well, Cloud Sprout, we are the revolution, bro. We're doing it. And so are you, man. I like your positive words. And, you've got a message to say. And I'll help you. If you need me to retweet something for you or give you a shout out, I will. I'm here to help everybody. Like there's a young woman who's running for president, and I retweet her. Like I'm usually the only one retweeting her. That comment got blocked as fuck. Oh yeah, interesting. Wow. Well, see, so this is the benefit here. I'm reading comments that you guys aren't seeing, but I saw the comment. So actually, YouTube is manipulating my stream where I see comments and you guys don't. Motherfuckers. Think about how dishonest that is. And here we are capturing them with their bad fucking behavior. Wow. I think there's grounds for fraud. Like at least YouTube should say put an asterisk by CloudSprout's message and say not shown to the public. But by them cherry picking, they're lying to me. They're committing fraud. That's what they're doing. They're committing fraud. Well, we got to fight our battles one at a time. Just imagine a world if there wasn't all this manipulation, if the truth had a chance to survive. Just imagine how great everything would be. We could shine a light on corruption and people's behavior would change. The criminals would be locked up in jail and we could put an end to criminal activity. That day will happen someday. Light outshines darkness. It's good. We're in a fight of good versus evil. And I believe that good will survive. I believe in people. I believe people make mistakes sometimes and we can forgive them. And we can convert some of the evil people to good deeds and good behavior and they can be reformed. Some people you can't help, but we can at least try. That Michael Jordan, stop it. Get some help. 7 minutes left. Oh. Kind of excited to be eating my steak. I'll be curious how much. Hopefully, when I Oh, look at my eyes. We're getting some light there. I got real hazel eyes. I'm tripping out. Um, Once I eat the food, I should be sleeping pretty good. My life would be so different if I had got my inheritance from my grandpa, 400 grand. My Aunt Sabrina stole 800 grand. My brother's 400 and my 400. So wrong. So fucking bullshit. Um, and my mom, she hired an executor for her will, but they haven't told me who it is. I think it's my Aunt Sabrina. I hope not. She's got some kind of vendetta against me. I don't know why. Um, but my friend Chicky's like, Wayne, there's a good chance you're not going to get shit. I found some good cheap soup imported from Germany at Aldi today. Ooh, really, Charles? What is it? Send me a picture. Um, does German soup have the anti-GMO kind of thing, Charles? I got the cutest little bug here. It reminds me of Tinkerbell. It's kind of a light green color with long, narrow wings. Well, I was kind of worried that Israel was going to do a false flag in America. Okay, good. Germany doesn't allow GMO. So I think they wound down this attack in Gaza. I'm not sure if they're still killing people in Gaza, but I hope they're not trying to start a war with Iran. And, Israel wants a war with Iran super bad. And I think the world is teetering on World War III with this war with Iran. If anything sparks off with Iran, we're all fucked. Well, definitely the Middle East is fucked for sure. And I don't think Iran has the power to really hurt America. They don't have a navy that can come to our shores and lob some missiles at us. They don't have intercontinental ballistic missiles. North Korea does. North Korea could reach America. So that's a legitimate worry. North Korea could sell a missile to Iran that could reach America. We don't have a missile defense system to shoot it out of the sky, which is scary. I think we should just bribe them and say, well, so sorry you hate us. Is there any amount of money we can give you to just do something else? Um, Life in Iran seems pretty miserable for a lot of people because they have the internet and they can see how good life is other places and not for them. I wonder if they're even allowed to leave. Can people just vote with their feet? I had an Iranian girlfriend for a month or so when I was 20 something. She was beautiful. She had the hugest boobs too. Huge. Double E's. She's total sex pot. I met her in a computer store, like I was shopping, and her eyes met my eyes, and I winked at her, and she did something like this, and I went and talked to her, and I'm like, hey, you want to go have lunch sometime? She's like, sure. We exchanged numbers, and I think our first date was she invited me to her house for dinner, and we fucked. How come you never see any Iranians posting on Pole? Well, maybe they don't speak English. Mostly politically incorrect is an English speaking language. You know, you'll see Hebrew in there sometimes. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good question, Charles. Oh, okay. It's time for me to thank everybody. It's going to be hard. Oh, I can't go through 6 hours here. Just know you're all loved, people. Seriously, I love you guys. Charles, Drift Speed, Cloud Sprout, ASF, um, Blimbity, Adam S, Pat Polson, and many more. It was a great stream, and if I forgot your name, please accept my apology in advance. We did a 7-hour stream with you guys today, and it's really been enjoyable. As a reminder, if you're willing to, restart this video and let it run all night so we can clock up some hours. Will Barrow, thank you, Will Barrow, for being here. And, we'll do this again some other time. Have a wonderful night. God bless you. May God give you all the things that you dream about and that your life is full of happiness. Bye-bye.